Hi, I'm Leather Rokk. Welcome to my channel. Well, if you read the headline, you know my mother's in the hospital right now. I was going to do some filming anyway today, but I figured let me do a video that I had planned and let me go live rather than make a video and then, I would have just like posted it tomorrow anyway, but this is kind of important. What ended up happening was my mother had to go to the hospital for some just for a mammogram, and she was having some difficulty breathing, but it was nothing out of the ordinary. As far as she already has atrial fibrillation, and she already only gets like 30% of the oxygen you normally get when you take a breath, and your air, the oxygen ends up in the bloodstream. And because my mother has heart failure, not just heart disease, it's she's not efficient in getting her oxygen, and she can't walk whenever we go any place, which is very, very, very rarely. She uses a walker that has a seat built in, and she can't walk like a half a block without having to stop. And she has a shortness of breath that she has had since the last 2 or 3 years that she worked at the Taj Mahal. So when you walk with her, you know that you have to walk slowly and stuff. But while she was in there, she was having some of the symptoms that she has been having a little bit worse the past couple of days. Last week, she had some intestinal upsets where she was throwing up, and she was also, sick from that end. And you know that when you have intestinal things, you lose a lot of water, so you get dehydrated. And she also had a sensitive stomach, so it wasn't just a matter of getting her hydrated, but feeding her things that were not irritating to her stomach. So that was made things a little bit more complicated. And add that to the normal routine of just the housework that you do around the house and the things that go on, plus the stress with the churches. It has not made things easier for her. And I've been really, really concerned about the effect of all that church noise is having on her. She's been having more and more breathing problems. And last night we had some of our neighbors, unfortunately, so they had a big fight between 2 and 4 in the morning. It sounded like furniture was being thrown. Their apartment is there's like 3 apartments, and there's a one little one and there's one big one that's long like mine, but they have where you would look like closets in bedrooms and things. They have bunk beds, and they have a whole lot of people living there. Some of them live there more or less long term. Nika, thank you. Wishing your mother the best. Thank you so much. I have the cordless extension for the phone right here. I asked him if there was anything I could do. She just said, stick around. I'd already run an errand to go up to Boardwalk Hall to get there's a newspaper that gives you information about what's going on and stuff. It used to be, uh, what the hell? It used to be AC Weekly, but that paper doesn't exist anymore. This is what took its place. So, and I'm so glad that they finally did the repairs on some of the ramps that connect City Street up to the boardwalk. For a while there, you would think that you were getting up onto the boardwalk and you find you had to backtrack and you had to go a couple of blocks down the road, and it was really getting tiresome. Sometimes you're in a hurry and you just want to get where you need to go. And especially if where you have to backtrack is kind of a bad part of town where you have to be on a street where females ply their wares, if you get my drift. And you've got people selling drugs called tickets and all kinds of things. And meanwhile, you're just trying to get from point A to point B without being harassed or having people slow up in a car thinking you're one of those girls. So one of the other things that's such a charm for living here. So you see, I got Garfield. Garfield, everybody wants to see you. Look, you're so pretty. Oh yes, I had to bribe him with the Temptations cat treats today. Here's a cat getting out cold. You would think that they would open the door and let him in there for a couple minutes, or I mean, a couple hours. What? Doesn't make any sense. They know you're out there. Sometimes you see cat food out there. You know? He's so pretty. Look at his pretty face. He's so pretty. Garfield, I want to see your pretty face. You're so pretty. You're so pretty. You know I love you, right? Let me hear the purr. Oh, I prefer when you don't scratch me. Yeah, you making a purr. Show everybody how pretty you are. So pretty. Oh, yes, I wanted to talk to you about that. There is a fire at Central Pier. The certain other person that lives with us was staying at a place called the Atlantic Palace, which is on New York Avenue and the beach and the boardwalk. And he saw from his very high up window. And so he called us and talked to my mother and mentioned about the fire. And this was about 10 minutes after 8 is when he called us. So I'm guessing around 8 o'clock it started. And so I went on Twitter right away and I scooped it and I mentioned something about it here. And as soon as, in a community post, and as soon as I did, somebody who also saw it on the news or something, he verified that in fact, yes, it did happen. So I wasn't, excuse me, I wasn't going anywhere today because I knew that my mother had an appointment for a mammogram and she had to go. Just the hospital's just a few short blocks away, but she still took a jitney in her walker. And I helped her down the stairs and everything. And I said that, and she said, make sure to be here when she thought that she would be back. Right. So, and I had a few errands to do. I wanted to get him, I got him. Uh, they have the other dollar store that's closer to here, it's going out of business. And so they have, so yeah, that was the other video that I was going to make. I was going to do something else after this, but I wanted, because my mother is in a hospital, I wanted to go live today just to mention that. I'm not going to get into too much about the other video that I didn't shoot yet because that would ruin it. I wouldn't have to shoot the video, and I wanted to get the video out of it. But I'm planning on, depending on now that she's in a hospital, things might be up in the air. I am planning on maybe doing a live stream tomorrow, Saturday morning. They have Wi-Fi around City Hall, and I've done a live stream there before. I have a bunch of business in the area. There's a park where there's a bunch of people that are going to be there, and there's going to be food and clothes and hot dogs and coffee and uh, oh, I'm so mad about something. This is a real petty thing. There's this group called Angels in Motion, and they're really great people. And on Wednesdays, they show up in a parking lot and they have food and clothes. And I got some Narcan because we had people that use the alleyway next to me and they do all kinds of things. And they, well, she has insurance because she has Social Security. I have the better insurance, honestly, because I have New Jersey Medicaid. But I have had lots of problems getting the kind of health care that I need. So I plan on getting things done when I go back to California. I want to go there ultimately for real, but I really need to go back there because I have two storages in Hollywood, California, and the rent has gone up like every 7 months. The rent goes up. It's ridiculous. I've had the first one I got back in 1992. I was leaving an abusive relationship and I needed a place to put my things. And that's how long I had them. And I got the second one in 1999 because I lived for 6 years in one situation. And during that time, I'd accumulated some stuff. And when I ended up in the Hollywood Hills, I needed to put my things someplace. So that's how I got the two storages. And it's just too unaffordable now. So I need to go back there and consolidate my stuff into one unit And I also need to go to Central Casting. They're in Burbank, which is a short bus ride from Hollywood. And I need to correct my records there because I was a working actor since the 80s. So I am a legitimate Hollywood person. Hello, decent guy. And yeah, she has the shortness of breath and she has atrial fibrillation. She has heart failure. She is a heavy woman. She's like 300 pounds. Okay, she's shorter than me. She is having the breathing problems and the heart problems, and she has arthritis. She's in pain every day. I mean, it's not easy being a caregiver, and I keep on stopping myself because I seem like I'm ungrateful, and I never want to give that impression. It's very tiring. I went through it with my father, and it was her and me, and she worked at the Taj Mahal, and I was here. And when we were both here dealing with him, it was tiring. And now there is another person that lives here, but he has a totally different life, and he's right now out of town, or no, he's celebrating 420. The pothead holiday, which that's another reason why I want to do live streams tomorrow. I want to do the city hall thing. I want to be in the park. See, I wanted to do a whole bunch of gallivanting tomorrow, and if I'm going to be expected to stay home just because she's in a hospital, I mean, the thing is that wouldn't if she's going to be in a hospital, first of all, wouldn't she be better off rather than having her be discharged real quickly? And of course, she couldn't just get on the jitney by herself. I would have to go up there and meet her, which I don't mind doing. It's like literally I could probably bat a ball that would get to the hospital. It's very close to here. And matter of fact, there are so many homeless people with shopping carts. They've already said that they would be willing to help me push her if we needed to transport her. If that would evade the paying $200 for an ambulance. Because see, the kind of insurance she has normally, okay, the kind of insurance I had, if I needed to get transported to the ER, the ambulance is free and the ER is free. And I can't imagine the ER not being free. Okay, but with her insurance, either the ER is 100 and the ambulance is 200, or the ambulance is 100 and the ER is 200. I don't know, but that is the fee. And it's like if they say seconds count, if it would be a stroke or myocardial infarction or any of a number of things that she could have and that we've had family members die of, you would think if seconds count, get her there as fast as possible. Don't tell her that she has a copay of $300. That is ridiculous. That is, if this is what it means to be middle class, and I hear stories all the time of people going into just to having one medical thing causing them to go into debt. And that's another thing, debt. Let's talk about debt. We never had debt before. And she was the kind of person to always pay off her credit card before the end of the month. Now she has credit card debt. She cannot pay the minimum for her credit cards. And I get the feeling that I'm expected to come up with this. Now, I have a guitar. I have a handful of musical instruments there. So badly, I want to be able to go up on that guitar with my guitar on the boardwalk, play a little, get some tips. But we're having a problem with the police department here. They have been really cracking down on people. And the thing is, they don't do this evenly. There is a saxophone player up there who does not have a permit. Not everybody that's playing up there has permits. I think some of the cops like to go after low hanging fruit, and they know that I am not. Oh, I suggested her to do that. She won't do that. He did that. She has told me that I'm going to be the executor. She's not leaving anything to him because he owes me money. And you know who I'm talking about. I don't want to say the name in case his friends are watching this. But he owes me $1,450. It's been over 3 years now. He's told me flat out he refuses to pay because he says I am a freeloader. He says I am a freeloader. Now, I want you guys to know this. I am a full-time caregiver for an 83-year-old woman. If I wanted to, How would I carve out time for an 8-hour work day? Would you tell me that where that would come from? And if I were to do that, what would my mother do? What if something happened to her? What if she fell? What if she was hungry and she needed a meal? What if she was thirsty? She is so weak. She lays around in bed all day and she watches TV and she sleeps. She talks on the phone. She's in pain. If I was 8 hours of the day out of the house, during that time she would be unattended. What if something happened to her? And also, we don't have cell phones. We have a triple play of Comcast. If one thing goes out, everything goes out. And when you have power failures, things go out because the router turns off, the internet goes off, right? Everybody with cell phones, they could still contact the outside world. How we would have to contact the outside world, she would have to, if I wasn't here, she'd have to get to a window, try with her strength, which is not great, open up a window and yell for help. And then, of course, getting to downstairs to unlock the door, it would not be easy. I have all this responsibility. Have you noticed that the house is a mess? I know that few people made snide comments about the kitchen. Normally, there would be, you have a sink there in the kitchen, you have a sink there. There's piles of dishes everywhere. Some of them are so filthy, dirty, and disgusting. She occasionally washes one or two dishes. How I wash dishes, I have to take individual dishes and put them into the little bathroom down the hall where all the dealers are out in the alleyway and stuff. And somebody did the OD, had an OD happen the other day, and I had to yell out the window, does anybody need Narcan? In this kind of neighborhood, you have to keep Narcan around because you have people coming into this neighborhood to buy certain kind of opiate drugs. And occasionally people OD. I've seen drop off piles of fentanyl test strips. That's how bad it is here. There is a serious problem here. So, oh yeah, I started to tell this story. I was in the Angels lot, and there's some clothes, and most of the clothes are normal stuff that I don't care about, right? Well, there were these black pleather pants, just like that fake, like that PVC stuff. And there was this chick that was looking at them, and I'm thinking, what are you going to do with these pants? Work on Pacific Avenue in them? I know that's harsh an assessment. I know I shouldn't assume that I'm the only person that likes fancy clothes. But when I saw her, he was, yeah. Oh, exactly. And the thing is, I would not send my mother into assisted living or into an old person's home. I don't believe in that. Your parents, look at all the things our parents did for us. We can never repay them, especially if you had good parents. I could see if you came from abuse and your parents neglected you or something. But no, I didn't come from abuse. I didn't come from neglect. I came from a nuclear family, a mother and father who loved me, and a brother. For a while, there was love there too. My father was a hard worker. I worked two, sometimes three jobs when I was a little girl and stuff, including the famous Atlantic City Convention Hall, which is now called Boardwalk Hall. My father and I were security guards there back in the day. That's a very special place. In the boardwalk now, I have such a bittersweet bunch of emotions with it because this town will not allow me a livelihood. I can't steal away for a couple hours with my guitar so that I can make some money so that she can pay her minimum for her credit card thing. And the thing is, I have been threatened with arrest. So, and I ask you, what should I do? Because they told me that if I get warrants, because I'm not going to pay any fucking fine, I'm not going to do it. And I do need to go to Los Angeles. And the thing is, that will mean that I will have a bench warrant. I've never had a warrant in my life. Take up arms. Oh, yeah, right. And a gun, a felony would be in the state of New Jersey. We're rated F with the NRA. And I am an NRA member, by the way. Yeah, I bet you guys didn't know that, huh? A girl from Jersey that can't be armed if she wanted to because, well, yes, I'm an NRA. But hey, first of all, my mother refuses to live in a house uh, 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 that she won't live in a house that would have weapons anyway. Number one. Number two, the other person that we live with, he's bipolar and he's mentally unstable, so he collects knives. I've offered my mother so many times to come out with me to California. She can get them excellent medical care. State of California is a sanctuary state. Los Angeles and San Francisco are both sanctuary cities. One good thing about being in a sanctuary city is you get the best health care because you got to take care of them illegals. They get treated better than American citizens. You know how many homeless veterans there are? I have a really dear friend who's a homeless veteran. Good socialist health care. You know what? At this point, the way I see it, we've all paid into the system. This makes me angry. I have worked on the books. When I was an actor and dancer and model in Los Angeles, anything was on the books. FICA was taken out, the California state, federal was taken out. I have money on the books. But after a while, Social Security Administration does not count what you did. If it was too far long ago, it doesn't count. You have to be paid into these things they call quarters. And so, bottom line is the age that most people would be qualifying for Social Security, I won't because the money that I paid in was so long ago, it does not count. And all the time that I maybe would have been able to work a job and have money on the books, I was a caregiver. So all these years, since before my father died, I have been in the role of caregiver, unpaid caregiver. That takes time, that takes energy. All the hand laundry that I do, I have arthritis in my hands, my wrists. So far, it hasn't interfered with playing guitar. I have my feet, I have bunions. My feet hurt all the time. I can't wear the fancy stripper shoes that I used to be able to wear. That I used to wear clubbing and everything. Do you know how demoralizing it is to look at all these beautiful shoes and you can't wear them anymore because you're in pain? And again, the best, most productive years of my life, instead of being someplace where I could be gainfully employed and happy and maybe have a social life and do all those things, in California, no, I was a caregiver here in a place where I could not do those things. I sure don't feel like doing anything like that right now. I don't even know if the damn guitar's tuned. Let me see. Oh, you want to see? Garfield is. Let me show you. Garfield is. Do you see? Oops, Garfield. Do you see Garfield? I swear, I think I can hear him purr. Got a few garment bags so that I can put some of my clothes in. I worry about the time I need to go to Los Angeles to take care of business. It's going to be at least 2 or 3 weeks, and then allowing for the time to get there and come back, and hoping that my mother is going to be okay when I'm gone. And also, what would stop him from throwing my shit out if anything happened to her? I don't want to get morbid, but say the worst happens and they take her away and stuff, you know. This is just a laptop computer. I don't have a cell phone. I have equipment that I got that I still do not know how to use, which is another reason why I wanted to do a live stream tomorrow. I wanted to go to the library. I wanted to have somebody watch my cart. I'm going to be bringing a laundry cart because there's going to be, God knows what I'm going to be scoring that park. But I want to get a tech lesson for one of my devices. Uh, uh, no, hold on. Oh, okay. I don't have an instruction thing for this. This is a kitty tablet of some kind. This has 128 gigabyte chip in it. So, and that's what I had in my Amazon Fire tablet that I filmed for like a year and a half with. Unfortunately, Tabby Boy and Cassie dying on that tablet. And then I set it down And I kept on going, and then 5 minutes later, the tablet was gone. And I still have $100 reward, no questions asked. If anybody can produce that tablet for me, by the way, it's shattered. The screen is all shattered up the fuck, but it can be charged up, and I put my pin in it. If my pictures and my data are in there, I will give $100 cash to anybody that has this. It's on Boardwalk in Atlantic City, New Jersey, on the 4th of May of last year, and it has priceless cat footage on it. My tabby boy's dying. His death footage is on that, and it really, I wanted to be able to show medical information to a pet hospital. I was trying to find an affordable animal hospital to take him to, and it was a very, very depressing time. There's a, if you look in the cat playlist, you'll see it. And it made me really, what device do I need help for? Yeah, I don't want to talk about him anymore because it's, he's already threatened me that if I went public with things, he and his friends would destroy me and all that stuff. And I don't need the hassle. He seems to think that he invented marijuana here and he's a voice of pot here. It's like, excuse me. The first time he ever smoked weed was with his big sis. I was 19. I know, I was there, but whatever. Fuck it. Anyway, I don't know the brand name of this, honestly. It, but I like that it has a built-in stand on it. And I, uh, I think it's charged up. At one point, it told me that it didn't accept a certain operating system, and it said that I could download Chrome, and I did download Chrome, but it said I didn't do it successfully, so it invited me to do it again manually. And so as a result, I have 3 copies of Chrome on this, and so I obviously want to get rid of the other 2, and I want to just learn how to use it so that I can have something besides this laptop. Now, that said, that's not the only thing I have. Oh, something else. Oh, no, 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 no. I think I can't find it because I put it in something to protect it because I dropped it a couple of times. That's the thing, is it's not good to be dropping electronics. Where the fuck is it? Oh, this is something else I found in a clothes pile, and it looks perfectly clean and great condition. And you could put toiletries in there, makeup, whatever, and you can hang it. And I think that this will fit really well on a. Oh, so this, I'm going to say some language that's not going to be nice, and it's going to offend some people. I'm going to say it anyway. Some ratchet ass ghetto bitch ended up with these pants. And I thought that she was too tall. I didn't even think that she'd fit in them, honestly. It's like the clothes I get tend to be really small because, hello, I'm really short. And I wear a lot of children's tops and stuff. You'd be surprised how many my t shirts are absolutely children's shirts. Some of my favorite designers are Cat and Jack. Those clothes fit. It's a Target house brand, I guess. Children's Place, I have some of their sweaters. I have some of their hoodies. Anyway, this woman got this pair of pants that I really, really, really coveted. And okay, it's a pair of trousers, big deal. And the thing is, I know that my attitude was selfish. And maybe she actually moonlit as an exotic dancer somewhere, or maybe she was a dominatrix, or maybe she had a legitimate reason to use them. or maybe she's standing in the corner or something. I don't know. But just where I was, I have reason to make assumptions about people sometimes. And I'm finding out more and more things about this area and the people around here. And, um, 5'3", and my mom's a half inch shorter than me, but she's heavy. So, you know, and that sucks about the fire at the pier. I used to work on that pier. I was a live paintball target. That was the most fun summer job I ever had. And man, you have to be in shape to do that because they're shooting at you with the paintball thing and you're moving sideways and you're sideways and you have a shield and you have like protective gear and you've got a helmet and you got ear protection, but they didn't have good enough ear protection. And it was designed for like a 6 foot tall man, and I'm obviously not. You have like a chest plate. It's like what a referee would wear, and it was really cool. And the shield protects your face from the paint getting on you, but you could still get those hits. Well, yeah. When you're used to being on stages and on cameras and all that stuff, and it's such a I do I feel more comfortable doing communicating on camera or on a stage or interviews or things like that than I necessarily do like if I go to a club or something, and say assuming there's not anybody there that I know, but the music is good. But say I go and get like a Dr. Pepper by the bar because I got sober, I don't drink anymore. But I sometimes I really wish that I would be more outgoing in those situations, but it depends because, like, here you just don't have the kind of scene. Like in California, there's just so many options that you just don't have here. But on the other hand, it's so expensive in California, and I haven't made any headway in trying to get housing out there. And sometimes I just get all of a sudden I get a vibe, especially when men are concerned. And I know that there's lots of good guys out there, but I sometimes I just it's like, if you know anything about horses, you know how sometimes they'll get spooked and you don't know what it is that spooks a horse, whether it's a loud sound or maybe it's a change in the air pressure or something, like especially if they're out in the Midwest where you got tornadoes and stuff. But sometimes I just get all of a sudden just feeling in the pit of my stomach that just senses it tells me danger, or go do a U-turn or something. It's a strong gut feeling that sometimes I feel bad if it's a false uh negative reading on people that causes me to not trust maybe some good people, but sometimes I'm hyper vigilant, and I'm tempted to say it's a female thing. But the thing is, I don't like to go playing the gender card because I don't want it to seem like, oh, female equals helpless, equals. But the thing is, there are some biological differences. In females, we tend to be of shorter stature and we tend to be more vulnerable in some ways. And so, because of that, and because I tend to do most of the things that I do alone, I am conscious of that. And when I'm filming too, so a lot of times I'm out in public and I'm filming, and people won't give me the space, and they'll like be talking close to me when I'm trying to talk, and it comes over on the audio, and people can be so clueless. Girl puppy names. Huh. No, I've never really given much thought to dog names because I'm such a cat person, and I know that dogs seem to be a little bit more masculine and cats seem a bit more feminine. Even though that seems really ridiculous because you can't look at a cat and tell a boy from a girl unless you look at you know, um, Jimmy Neutron. Well, yeah, get the snip snip. Speaking of snip snip, I've been trying for the longest time to get a neighbor's cat fixed. And it was a female cat they've had since she was under 2 months old. And some idiot sometimes would let her out, or maybe she'd be let out on purpose. And there's a whole lot of drug users there. And by drugs, I don't mean just weed, I mean drugs. Not that I'm passing judgment or anything, but I get the feeling that the girl who technically had her kind of is hoping that she would have puppies. Yeah, cat have puppies. Yeah, okay. I'm flagged. No, she was hoping that the cat would have get pregnant, and the cat is had kittens, and she's nursing now. I found out something that people do here. They get kittens. They say everybody wants kittens, and they sell them for $25 a piece or $50 a piece. And they don't even wait till the cat is fixed. So they start with these unspayed cat. The cat gets pregnant. They let them have kittens, and they distribute the kittens for profit, unfixed, and the cycle continues. Don't they realize about kitten season that people can get kittens at shelters? And that cat should never have gotten pregnant in the first place. I tried so hard. I got them information about the Humane Society, and they had the days that they do the spay and neutering. And I guess they have sliding scale for people that are low income. And I found out the situation that the girl, her boyfriend is a drug dealer or he has a drug habit. He puts her on the street, and by put her on the street, I mean makes her prostitute herself for the money for his drug habit. That's the one who has the cat, and they're going to be selling those kittens. That's what's going on in this neighborhood. And what am I supposed to do when they're fighting next door? And I said, I don't want to be the person to drop a dime. But in the same token, we have to suffer through goddamn churches. You've heard this stuff. And I can't just knock on the wall because there's a firewall, a brick wall along there. You try punching it or kicking it, you break your hand. I can't contact them because either I don't have their cell phone. Nobody has landlines, of course. You know what? The next time I see him, I should get his fucking number. The good person. I mean, there are some good people there. Don't get me wrong. And the girl, I like her, but she is in an abusive relationship. And I didn't realize that he actually was hitting her and stuff before, because I don't hear, when you hear a whole bunch of voices and you know that there may be 10, 15 people living in a place, you can't tell one voice from another, except maybe some are female things. Fixamoto. Dude, that name, I mean, I think so many things. I think of somebody who likes sushi and nice thighs. I think of somebody that could be Asian, or he could be black, or he could be half Asian and half black, or maybe he can like sushi, or maybe he could like Asian people, or just my mind is going through so many. I have an overactive imagination, but it's a real cool name. And for what it's like, for what it's worth, I like Asian cultures and stuff too. If you could get me without having to fly, if you can get me to Tokyo, if you can get me to spend 6 months in Japan, and of course I don't speak Japanese. I don't think I have a head for languages. I wish I did. I've tried Hebrew. I've tried Farsi, which is, what people in Iran speak. Uh, I don't have. I had to take French in high school. Well, we had very limited. We had no choice but to take a language, and we only had like two or three languages to choose from, and that was the lesser of the evils as far as I was concerned. Not that any language is evil. Don't get me wrong, but anyway, I don't have a head for languages, and I think that if you're the younger you are when you start learning them, better. If you can get exposed to that as a child or whatever, that's wonderful. It would be great if a child would be precocious enough to actually know enough to decide for himself what language he would end up being a polyglot in, rather than just be at the mercy of whatever his parents decide to send him away to learn. Or maybe if one of his parents are bilingual. There's lots of ways that you can get exposed to a language, but you know, my mother was a high school English teacher, and my father was a hardworking man, and my mother stayed at home. Well, see, once she realized she was pregnant with me, because her school didn't even know that she'd gone off and got married because she didn't have a fancy wedding. My parents eloped. They went to Maryland or wherever the hell they went. They didn't have a fancy wedding or anything. They just had a justice of the peace and stuff. So her school where she taught didn't know that she was married. So when you get pregnant and people don't even know you're married, you might have some explaining to do. So she didn't teach after that. And so she had me. And when you're a daughter of an English teacher, you learn proper grammar and you learn how to spell and you know all that stuff better than anybody could teach you in school. So as a result, I had the confidence to be able to tell my teachers that, look, my mom was an English teacher. She had straight A's. She taught me all this whole shebang here. So therefore, I shouldn't have to take, like, for instance, the spelling class. One of the things that was so counterintuitive is it showed all these wrong ways to spell something. And that will screw your head up. There was a time when I was an absolute perfect speller. That's not now. What screwed me up on spelling, and it wasn't just the parties, was the fact that I started making friends with people in Australia and in England. And when you are speaking to people from those countries, their English has different spellings. So that's what first got me to forgetting how to spell. I was talking on instant messenger to Australia, which is what, 13-hour time difference, I think. Brisbane. I have a friend in Brisbane, and there was somebody else who was kind of sort of around there, but I don't know if he's still alive anymore. That's the thing when you don't hear from people for a while. And he was really off the grid. He would tell me things like how voting is compulsory there, and he managed to not vote even though it was compulsory. And he just lived. He was very renegade, and he just lived life on his own terms. And he was a very interesting person that we met shortly after 9/11, when I still had a web TV. I didn't get my first computer till 2007. I had two web TVs after 9/11 brought me back to New Jersey because I really wanted to have home internet uh, access. And just going getting your hour every day at a library was not enough. Thank you. This was a gift from my friend Grace, and she used to belly dance on the boardwalk. She is a licensed massage therapist who works in some of those fancy spas. Um, she may be in one of the casinos now, but it is. I love the orange, and it has these stones on it, and I love it. And yeah, and it's something that sometimes I wear it rolled up, and sometimes I wear it all the way down. It's so much better to do that than to crop your shirts, because if you're not confident about your body and you want to cover up more, then you just can't wear them. And I don't know what my body's going to look like when I do get back to LA, because I'm working out again because I put on some weight since last year. I put on like 15 pounds, and I see it. I really am ashamed of myself, but I did it to myself. It was all those pies and all that chocolate and stuff and the nuts. But the thing is, nuts are good for you. And since I have these leg cramps that are so, I don't want to call them debilitating, but they are just, it's so miserable to wake up with a leg cramp. And one thing I noticed when I was eating a lot of nuts, that seemed to stave them off. There is a bar by a company called Kind, and they are famous for 4 ingredient nuts and nut bars. It's like nuts and chocolate, and they don't use GMO stuff. And by the way, stay tuned. I have an important video about funny ingredients in some of the foods that we eat. So that is something that you can look forward to, because I find out about things, and it's bad enough to find out about this stuff, but when you find out how hard it is to avoid certain things, especially if you don't have a budget to be able to get to a Trader Joe's, which, see, that's another thing I'm going to look forward to when I go to LA, is Trader Joe's. I love Trader Joe's. You go to Venice Beach, and there's a Trader Joe's on La Brea, on the bus line on the way there, and they have smoked salmon. You want to see how Garfield is? He's right there. Garfield, look, he want to ask how you doing. Garfield's right there. That's one of the cleanest parts of my carpet. So I'm gonna have to wash this blanket. Isn't this nice? I made a video about it, but you're not going to see it for like another week. It's not heavy, but it's got cats on it. Because it has cats. Oh, I've heard so many good things about Florida. Um, I have Key West is on my radar. I have to do Key West. One of my guitar player buddies claims that he was living on a houseboat around there, but I caught him in a bunch of lies, though. But the thing is, he gets away with playing guitar on the boardwalk. And I don't know what I'm gonna fucking do. I need to help my mother out. She needs to come up with at least $75 for a minimum credit card payment. If I go out there with the guitar, I can make some money, right? But what happens if I get a fucking ticket? I'm not going to pay any goddamn ticket. I would rather do time served in the Atlanta County Jail. And I have never been a jailbird in my life. If I go out there and I start getting tickets, that will fuck me up. And then when I find myself in Los Angeles and I don't know where I'm going to be living, I don't know if I'm going to be sleeping in the doorway or on the damn Walk of Fame, or, I have sleeping bags. I might get a tent. I don't know. I don't know. And what? Do that with warrants? I always prided myself that I was not a jailbird. My father, if he was alive, he would not have any of his family members be in the criminal justice system. Not our family is not that kind of family. But the thing is, the way the system is set up, it's almost guaranteed to cause you to run afoul of the law. And when I found out that most of these musicians on the boardwalk do not have the mercantile permits, and I would not. And the thing is, say you do spend upwards of $300 to get fingerprinted, background checks, special special insurance to indemnify the city of Atlantic City. None of these things benefit us. And there's restrictions in the hours you can do it, which is bullshit. First of all, the cop that's mostly messing with me is on the 4 to 12 shift. I can't be out there before 4 o'clock because, hello, I can't be out there in the sun. I can't be out there in the sun. That's the absolute fact. My father got 8 skin cancers cut off of him before he died. The last 2 metastasized to his lungs and his pancreas. Once you get pancreatic cancer, it's never good. Now, lung cancer we were surprised about because he never smoked, but he hung out in smoky bars. There was a time when everybody did because you didn't have a choice. I'm very, very, very sensitive to tobacco. But there's one thing I love. It's marijuana. Now, would anybody be offended if I got this candle lit? See, I'm out of a lighter. My lighter is technically the kitchen stove. So I gotta find something to light this with. And if it's okay with you, I found this big ass roach up the street. And I wasn't sure what it was at first because, sometimes it could be an actual cigar. But look at this. I have another video coming up on the subject of roachweed. Sometimes what I do is how I manage to do this daily schedule of uploading is some days I batch record. I go looking for him because I really love having him around. I love having cats around. Um, my experience is, first of all, if you're numb, that's cocaine. Don't ask me how I know. Sunset Strip, hello. Um, and I even have fentanyl test strips here, by the way. I got, anything happens with these people. See this? Of course, it says single use, and but this involves chopping up the. This involves a whole process. I don't think you can really. November 19th, 2024, I will have 23 years chemical free and 20 years alcohol free. So, like I said, it's in the rearview mirror for me. I used to go to, they had crystal meth anonymous meetings. I got that to be started in a youth drop-in center called My Friend's Place in Hollywood. They still, I believe, exist. They help a lot of young people. You're considered a juvenile up to age 24 for places like Covenant House. Covenant House is a wonderful organization. They've helped a lot of my friends. My Friend's Place, there are some organizations. There are so many street kids in Los Angeles. When I was out there on the Sunset Strip scene, there were so many runaways. There were transgender people who were rejected by their families. There was people, street kids that were thrown out because maybe their parents didn't like who they dated, all kinds of reasons. Sometimes the parents were bad parents. Sometimes the kids were troubled kids. I saw all kinds of things there. But King Cobra, good 1 year no alcohol. Let me tell you, you ever want sober, buddy? Dude, I am afraid of alcohol more than I am anything else. I'm looking for something. Oh, here. I have two issues of this. This is the newer one. I got sober off alcohol in 2004, but I have a much older AA Blue book that's in my storage in Hollywood. I have what I called a promise coin. It was a 16-year chip. Um, I don't know how I got this chip. I found I found it. I acquired it, and it's in my storage. Well, I finally I brought it back here, but maybe somebody tried to plant a seed to me that maybe I was starting to use alcohol in an irresponsible way. Because I mean, first of all, females, alcohol is more dangerous anyway. And 3 drinks I can black out in. And if my stomach's empty because of amphetamines, then you have no food to sop up the alcohol. You drink those cocktails at a place like the Rainbow Bar and Grill where they're nice and strong and don't get on your ass. Hello. Females shouldn't be blacking out. Nobody should be blacking out because you lose memory. That's brain damage. I'm lucky I didn't die of alcohol poisoning. My first blackout drunk, I was 17. I did an Elvis. I passed out on a toilet seat, okay? I was drinking Old Granddad in a beer stein with one ice cube. It was a serve yourself bar. If somebody's christening, my father and I were at the same party. I was lucky I did not die of alcohol poisoning. I'm afraid of alcohol. That this book, now I don't go to meetings anymore. Occasionally I go to meetings. Like I'm sure when I go to LA, I will go to meetings. Last time I went to a meeting was in Washington, D.C. In Washington, D.C., when I go to Washington, D.C., I'm usually doing political things. So it was all Trump shirts and pot leaf shirts. Okay. So all of a sudden I find I'm going to a meeting and I can't very well wear a shirt with a big pot leaf on it. So the only thing I had to cover it up was a big Trump button. And I had the MAGA hat on, and I was not trying to. When I wear my political gear, I'm probably not trying to campaign. It's just if I'm in a place like Washington, D.C., where you're supposed to feel free to express yourself. See, that's what gets me. Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, where everybody goes to express themselves, right? And I have a good friend who lives there. And so whenever I go there, I have floor space, right? Even though maybe now not so much because he got himself a girlfriend. But anyway, I would go there for like a week and I have all these shirts and stuff. I have a Cheech and Chong shirt, I have a pot leaf shirt, and I have Trump shirts. And it didn't occur to me that there would be any problem with wearing a Trump shirt at a AA meeting that I was invited to. And the meeting went fine, whatever. And as I was getting ready to go, I was stopped by somebody that mentioned my hat and how it wasn't appropriate. And it's like, first of all, nobody stopped me from going in there. I did the whole meeting. Where I'm traveling, I only have so many shirts, and they were all Trump shirts, except for the one thing with a pot leaf on it. And I covered the pot leaf up because I thought that would be more offensive than a political thing. I don't get offended when I see people wearing Obama things or whatever. You can that just like you can wear a Philadelphia Eagles thing. I'm a Steelers fan. What am I going to be give you a hard time because you're wearing a different team? I don't give a fuck. And you're going to make me feel unwelcome in this one safe space for all of us who want to be in recovery from alcohol. And you know what? That made me feel very unwelcome. And when they sent me a little fundraising letter at the end of the year inviting me to send a donation, I wrote back a letter about how I was treated by this person who I don't know if he had any kind of authority at all to tell me that I couldn't wear what I was wearing. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Being stopped from, see, I honestly didn't occur to me. I honestly didn't know that the MAGA hats were that hated, even though Washington, D.C. is a predominantly Democrat, predominantly liberal place. And I noticed that some of the political expression that I saw there's this little hippie tent where my friend volunteers. It's called the Peace Vigil. Something Thomas. It's named after somebody who was a peace activist since the 70s. And this is like a tent that's set up, that's staffed 24 hours a day, and it has all these political slogans, primarily of a left-wing nature. The only thing I really agree with is they have things about pro-choice on there, but like they have things pro-Palestinian, they don't have anything pro-Israel. That really troubles me. As a matter of fact, that's one thing. There's a line in the stand here. Any people start with that pro-Palestine stuff and they don't acknowledge what happened October 7th, that is a line in the sand. That is, you might as well be a Nazi and do a Heil Hitler thing if you're going to do that sort of thing. I am a Zionist. I may be a metaphysical practitioner who doesn't have a dog in the hunt with these Abrahamic religions, but when you're going to tell me that you can excuse what happened on a day that people think that if there's bombs being rained down on them, they are safe in their shelters, and have people go and terrorize families, burn people to death, rape women, all the atrocities that happen, and say that that's justified? Anybody that can justify that? No, 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 no. I am a Zionist and I am proud. And it's sick that people, did you see what happened in Columbia University? And then people were claiming that they were, and I'm glad that they were photographed. And you can't just go and say that you're a member of a terrorist organization and get away with it. And they're finally starting to crack down on these people. I mean, can you imagine belonging to a group and having people go after you? And you're in your college and you're hiding out in your dorm. You have all these nut jobs with these flags commemorating the very organization that wants your murder, that wants to erase the country off the face of this earth. And you have some college professors that think this is okay. And a lot of parents, I believe, that are forking over the money for their kids to go to these schools don't know the indoctrination that's going on. And then add to it the DEI stuff. Oh, speaking of DEI, I hope I don't get kicked off of YouTube for this. Did you notice all these near misses that we're having in airports? The latest one happened. Oh, God, I don't remember where the hell it was. It was somewhere around Washington, D.C., maybe. But there was two different approaches sharing the same runway space, and they came within 300 feet of each other, and there was no further room for error. There could have been a midair collision. Something is going on with our aviation thing. And some of the standards for hiring are being lowered just in order of fairness so that everybody, every group is represented. Now, if I'm sick in a hospital, I don't care what color or religion my doctor is. I just want my doctor to save my life. If you're my firefighter, if you're my policeman, whatever, I don't care about your religion. I don't care about your skin color. I want you to be qualified to save my life. That's all I want. If you're my friend, I don't care what your color is. I want you to be my friend. But if you're going to deliberately lower standards to make it easier and fairer so that everybody has a spot at the table, so that there's one of every group, and these are some situations and jobs that involve the public safety, such as air traffic control, aircraft maintenance, pilots, drivers, that is scary. Now, I don't fly anymore. That's my choice. And that has nothing to do with any of this stuff. That's just because I had too many scary experiences with turbulence. And since I don't drink alcohol anymore, I don't have a crutch. So I have been able to avoid airplanes. I could take the Greyhound. I would take the Amtrak if I had the ID. But, maybe I can get ID when I go back to California. Maybe it'd be easier. Just be qualified. I'm going to say something that might offend women here, and I am a feminist within reason. I remember how hard it was for my mother and me both to try to lift my father up when his legs would buckle out from under him. He lost so much muscle mass. My father was only 5'7". Okay, he wanted to be a jockey. He's a short man. When he had gotten real thin, he by this time had cancer and he'd had dementia and his legs buckled like an accordion. And my mother and I struggled to pick him up. And I always prided myself in physical fitness. This was just before I started really working out. Because, see, when I quit the drugs, I was so afraid of getting fat. And that was one thing that was not acceptable for me. And I don't know if it's a force of will or if it's because it is, well, I guess I did discover fitness, and for the most part, I've been okay, except for this year that I screwed up. But it was the diet that fucked me over. You see, diet is a lot of times what we do that's wrong. But anyway, getting back to this physical capabilities thing. If you're a firefighter, don't you need to be able to deadlift somebody, carry them over your shoulder down a ladder? How many XX chromosome females can do this? I think I'm strong. I'm certainly stronger than most people my size, but I cannot compete with a man's testosterone, bigger lung capacity, bigger bones, greater physical strength. I've had dates that are shorter than me, but they were far physically stronger because they were males. There is something about biology, and I question how many women honestly that now they can be firefighters, I understand, but how can they be physically, how can they pass the same physical unless the standards are lowered just to be female? Because you can't tell me that she can bench press what a man does. You can't tell me that. Oh, maybe I'm an idiot, but excuse me, I do a bit of working out myself. And especially since I see what I did to my body this year, I am working out. I'm doing a combination of light weights, and I like boxing the best. Boxing and kickboxing, I love, 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 love. I got an ab roller. I love abdominal stuff. But I also am using subliminals and affirmation videos, and they have this subliminal that is supposed to take the place of working out, but I work out alongside with it. And I use that. Um, I leverage it because while I do believe very much in visualization and the power of the mind over the body, but I do believe that that's still no substitute for working the body. And I don't want the people in Los Angeles to see that I let myself go anything, I want my six-pack back, and no excuse. I would like to get some heavier weights. So these are the weights. I've had these for so long. They're just like 2 pound, I call them baby weights, but there's something. And I like that they stay in your hand and stuff. I have a bucket that's full of just fitness gear. That, but the thing is, these floors are, first of all, they're filthy as all get out. Second of all, oh, I'd go for that. I got all the cute dresses for that. Uh, but the floors here are warped, and it's like some of the things when I do work out here, I have to turn around and do it the other side because the floor is uneven. It slopes. There's parts of this floor that if it wasn't for the carpeting, I'd be worried about falling through. And for a while there, I felt really weird, like the bed's on a slope. It it's higher up here than it is down here. I walk over here, but I actually have a towel down on here so the Garfield doesn't lay down on dirty floor. I have a piece of wood composite that actually backed up a poster, and that is where this little table that has my altar on, you see there, and if I step on that wood thing, stuff will fall over, and I don't want that to happen. Oh, want to see some wildflowers? I don't know what these are. I've been picking them in this area for years. I don't want this to drip on the computer. See, this is what the foliage looks like. This is dripping wet. I have a tomato seedling that I'm going to, you have to harden off your seedlings before you put them in the garden. The last time I tried to transfer plants in the garden, year before last, they died the next day. I was so pissed off. I was nurturing these plants for like 3 months. Well, no, that's an exaggeration. It's like maybe a month and a half, but you're growing them and you're taking care of them. Sloth cat. You know what? I don't want to neglect what's being said in the chat room, so I'm going to scroll up here so that I can see things. Yeah. I'm so smelly cat. I'm so glad you understand. I was a little bit hesitant to bring that thing up. You saw me in a video compilation in the 90s. It was a tape of weirdos. Was it something filmed on the Sunset Strip? Because in the 90s, I was either in Los Angeles or in San Francisco. I was in a lot of rock videos, but not for the most part people that I even know who they are. Like there is this band, Rollin' Bolin' and the Brothers Bounce. They did a update of 20th Century Boy, which was a T-Rex tune. I think he is the T-Rex guy's son, Rollin' Bolin'. Okay. The but and I remember they used a green screen for that. So you can't, whenever they use a green screen, you can't wear anything green because the green will be see-through. And I think I had braids in my hair for that, but most of the issues, I mean, most of the videos, well, I'm not quite Michelle Obama. She's got fierce arms. See, I can recognize good in people of all different political parties. I can recognize that these different first ladies are beautiful. Doesn't matter whether you're Democrat, Independent, Republican. But can people on the other side do the same? How many Democrats say nice things about Melania? Come on, man. And RFK Jr. I like him. I wouldn't vote for him just because, first of all, third parties I don't think is a good idea. For both sides, especially anybody old enough to remember Ross Perot. I've been voting since I was 18 years old. I and until 9/11, I was a Democrat. I was a Green for a while, and then I went back to Democrat, but 9/11 changed everything. I tried to vote for Bill Clinton one year, but because my birthday is very close to election day, I had a very bad boyfriend at the time, and he used to like to go to Vegas and play craps with the rent money. Fortunately, he mostly won. But and I do appreciate Vegas, but Vegas has changed a lot through the years. I used to, because I was never into gambling, but there was this bar that had 85-cent drinks. And one time, I went on a bus trip with my friend, another girl named Tiger. I have two friends named Tiger, but this other Tiger she belonged to what Indian tribe was she from? Oh, God, I don't was it Lakota Sioux? She was from the Lakota Sioux Nation, and she was my home girl. She protected me. A couple of times I was a bit two sheets to the wind, and I neglected to lock my front door. And some strange guy started walking near. She marched him out. We would go to Sunset Strip clubs together. We go to the Rainbow Bar and Grill, come back from the clubs, and she would let people over her apartment, and she was just a lot of fun and smart and beautiful. And but the last time I was in LA, I couldn't find her, and I don't know. Some of the places I've been in, they don't even have anymore. One time there was a hotel called the Saharan, and this is when I was with that bad boyfriend, and he used to drive my car, would not let me drive my car, and he ended up stealing it. That's why I don't have that car anymore. I missed the car. It was Dodge Daytona Turbo Z. But anyway, there was a square dance convention that was in town, and he got a hold of one of those public address system things that only security's supposed to touch, and he sang something like, "I wish I was a cowboy so I could fuck farm animals." And then I guess security saw him, and he took me by the hand, and we ran out of there. And we used to be able to get at the buffet. We used to go. You would have these big buckets for the coins for the casinos, right? And line it with paper towels and go to the buffet and get all this fried chicken and bring it back up to the hotel room. And you can't take stuff out of the buffet, but then you could sometimes get away with it. But we had some fun times. And he was so afraid of the metaphysical stuff. And one time he had a baby blue Cadillac with a white top that it looked like the convertibles, but it wasn't. But it was like gangster car. Okay, gangster car, not gangsta car. He was Italian, and he claimed that he was mafia. He didn't say that he was, but he implied that he was. And usually, the people that imply they usually aren't, unless you just hear it. People say it, but they don't say it. But he, I think, was real bullshit artist. But he could not find where he parked his car, and there are so many Cadillacs in Las Vegas, at least then. And he accused me of using witchcraft to make his car disappear. Oh, and another time he had a dream that I turned him into a rat, a pet rat, and I dyed his hair purple, which I could see doing, by the way. But I would only use Kool-Aid. But they ended up making dyeing pet rats even with Kool-Aid illegal. I think they passed a law in Santa Monica because some homeless people would do that, and it was considered animal cruelty. Because what if they didn't use Kool-Aid? What if they used something that wasn't safe? And you have to think about that. And I can understand. And plus there's some people that dye animals colors because they use them as bait animals for dog fighting things or whatever. So there's lots of reasons why that's not funny. But then again, there are people that will dye their poodles and they'll use fancy colors. Like if it's food coloring in sugar water, why shouldn't you be able to do that? See, that bothers me, because if you know that it's perfectly safe, why can't you do that? Is it because you're exploiting your animal, or maybe they're using them to panhandle and stuff? And the thing is, I have conflicted areas about emotions about this, because on one hand, I always had a distaste for panhandling. When I saw people do it around me and stuff, I would always walk away because I didn't want to be judged by that. But around here, the police seem to judge the panhandlers and the street musicians and everybody with the same brush. And the fact that I have a lot of homeless friends, and I'm sorry, my friends are my friends. I should be able to talk to any damn person I want. And now they're basically telling me that I am taking a chance going out there with my guitar. Now, how am I supposed to help my mother out? And occasionally I get some asshole telling me that I should get a job. Well, I can't leave my mother unsupervised. And again, when you're a caregiver, it's kind of almost a thankless job, because you're trying to do the right thing, and you're trying to carve out a life for yourself. And if my mother would be willing to see, I want to get this used school bus. I want to make it into a nice RV that has enough of a back wall so that I could do my turnaround for my channel. I want to have plugins for Marshall, at least mini stacks, because I have electrics and acoustics. Um, I want to get the violin fixed up and everything. I don't want to go for the expense of a setup though, because that costs a lot of money, and then you're tipping on top of it. And I'm too big of a tipper for guitar tech people. Like I tip 33 and a third percent. That's it's one thing if you're making rock star wages, but they assume that everybody's getting a check of some kind. No, no, I'm not on welfare. No, I'm not on SSI. No, I don't get any of those things. I have insurance I have health insurance. That's it. I'm grateful for that. But I'm probably going to slip into California and just use the ER. I need dental surgery, and I need my eyes checked again, because the glasses that I got, if I can't see to drive out of them, if all I can see is to use a bifocal part to read out of them, that's all the good they are. I need to be able to be safe behind the wheel. You don't want me on the road if I can't see good. I want to be able to see the road signs without squinting. And I'm sorry, I try looking out of these glasses, and I don't see any better out of them than with nothing. So, you know, plus they're ugly as sin. I'm sorry. They didn't, I wanted uh, aviators, and they give you like 12 choices. I mean, do I have to break down and go to something like the Lens Crafters or something? But that said, I have insurance, but all insurances doesn't. I don't think that the insurance I have will give me frames in those places. It would be great if it does, but yeah. And that's another thing with the braids. With the braids, it's really easy to repair out and stuff. So I only use these when I'm trying to read something. Oh, did I ever show you this? I got this. I'm about to find out in a minute. Actually, I broke into it a wee little bit, and it was nice. It was definitely better than some of these other roaches are really. See, one of the things that's hard with when people insist on using these tobacco wrappers is it gets brittle. And when you try to lift it off in one piece, if it lifts off in one piece, that's great. But if it crumbles, then it's hard to get it unstuck to the weed. And you have to get all the tobacco off. I'm very sensitive to tobacco. Tobacco makes me feel sick to my stomach. It gives me a dizziness. I mean, it's one thing when there were times every now and then I'd be really really stressed out or keyed up about something, and I would ask somebody to give me a hit off of their cigarette, and I would just take it, and I would take a drag, and it'd be disgusting and all that stuff. But if I was really, 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 really keyed up, or really, 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 just in other words, I was using it as a drug. But that's the last time I touched tobacco like that. Did I find he's Garfield is right here? See him? No, it's totally he's litter box trained or not. And the thing is, I can't put the litter box where the litter box normally would go, which would be in the entrance to the bathroom over here, because my mom would see it, she would shit. The other one would shit a brick. Somebody needs to invent something that is a litter box, but it has like a box that opens up and it lifts up by a hook, so it can be lifted up out of the way so nobody sees it, but it can go down for when the cat needs to use it. And I wish that cats could be trained to do number one place, number two another, so that the pee can just be drained off and dumped down a drain, and the shit you could just pick it up and dispose of it. I usually flush it. They say you're not supposed to, but you know what? What am I going to do? Leave it in the trash and stink up the house? But so far, I don't know where he goes to the bathroom. I would hope that he's smart enough that as soon as he leaves my house, then he does whatever. And so he's all emptied. So when he's here, he doesn't feel the need to go. Anyway, I've tried like sticking this in my hair, like maybe. See, one of the things that sucks about these braids is that some of them rub up against my eyebrow and it rubs off the makeup, and I have to keep on redoing my eyebrows because it rubs the makeup off. I was thinking if I use this to, fasten the hair back, but I have to find another braid that's actually cornrow that's see, I need to take some of this down and redo it. And that's what I started to do back here. And I was going to spot dye where it was faded, but I could see some of it obviously still has the color. But this stuff here, it looks like it's really faded out. And obviously my roots are out. But the thing is that I never know when I can get in the shower to do that because the other person lives here and I never know when he's going to be home. And anyway, but you see the spot dyeing that I did here? That's, believe it or not, Easter egg dye. I put some in with white vinegar. The only thing is trying to find purple. That was really a challenge. I gotta find some. Oh, it makes me so nervous whenever I use a stove because I'm so afraid of those mice getting burned. I always, put the flame on kind of low. Like the other day, I was making pasta to stretch out. Uh, my mom wanted some chicken in chicken noodle soup, and there was so much extra soup that I made some of those little star shaped pasta, and I boiled them and I put them in there. Yeah, but some of these reds are actually orangey reds. I've got the phone right here, and if they call, it's an easy walk to the hospital. I'm sure I don't think I would have to do the hobo bago thing, but people did say that they would be willing to help me push her. Anyway, the other thing I was trying to find is my iPad. I have an iPad that I put someplace, and I don't know how to even half the time when I think I'm turning it on, all it does is call that Siri in it doesn't turn it on. And anyway, it seems to be the bane of my existence is I collect tech that I don't know what to do with. I have this camcorder. I never learned how to use it. I spent like 23 bucks on it. It only has a 32 gigabyte memory card in it, and that's the maximum it'll hold. I have this little digital camera. Again, I don't know how to use it. They both of them have instruction books that are written in such extremely bastardized translation of English. I showed it to my mother. She looked at me and she laughed, and it was really some of this tech makes me feel like I must be an absolute idiot. Okay, I have to plug this in because the battery warning just came on. Great. I don't want to spill the wheat. Plug this in. Last thing I want to do is okay. Oh, another thing I still need to do is I need to get another device to back up my channel since I dropped that Seagate drive, and I thought that somebody was going to come by and take a look at it, and then we got a week where it was raining really hard, and I think they forgot. And you know what? I can't be using friends for tech support and stuff. I need to find other uh you can't just be dependent on people, even though I always try to not have him leave empty handed. Like I gave him when I got my first computer, I also got a combination printer scanner, but I never set it up because I didn't have space to set up a desk, and so I never took it out of the packaging. And I think I finally got rid of the ink because ink packages, I think after a while they just dry up or something. But there's probably nothing wrong with it except for it being the model that it was. So I made sure that he took that. And I had an extra laptop battery that was not even the right size for the kind of computer that I had, but I never returned it. And I figure that, you know how some people collect a lot of tech stuff and they put things together. He is really good at uh, wiring things together and stuff. So I figure I give him stuff that he can maybe make new equipment with and stuff. Okay, oh, you saw this before. I got this at a yard sale up in the inlet, and I just thought it was really neat. It holds glass containers that you can put votive lights in. And it's really heavy. I think it's made of pewter. And I love things with stars and suns and moons on it and stuff. I eat that stuff up. Where was I? The roach, the roach, the roach. Now, this was some people, you can pretty much tell they're not going to adulterate their weed or do dirt weed or anything. And if somebody takes the time to have something that's that thick, and I've seen people in person break it up and they don't even crumble it that much. And this, if you could see this, it's obviously has real green. Here, I'm gonna. Can you? Isn't that beautiful? You can almost see why people call them roaches. If it had legs on it, I'd be uh, jumping backwards. I can't claim to be a fan of them unless they were real, real big and they were somebody's pet or something. Because I belong to a group about insects on Facebook. It shows mostly pictures of big spiders and different things, and it really makes you see things from another creature's point of view and makes you more compassionate, and especially if they're cute. And when I think about the mice that I'm always seeing here, but I really worry about them living in my stove. They're in the oven, they're in the stove, they got, I guess, the nests are in there. And I'm thinking they've got to know that there's two pilot lights. Of course, there's a pilot light in the oven. I don't use the two back burners. Oh, this is glass. I notice these get clogged up so much. Like, there's something that I really liked a lot, and I think it's back here. I'll show you. Ah, this. What I don't like about this is that when you're trying to light it, it's so close to where your nose is, it's hard not to catch yourself on fire. You I never used to pay for glassware before. Before it was like at least 15, 20 bucks. And if you drop it on concrete, it shatters. But here, you drop it on carpet, you're fine. If you drop it on the boardwalk, you're fine. If you drop it on the beach, you're fine. If you drop it on the grass, you're fine. Plus, the fact that weed itself is legal, that's such a game changer. You don't have the fear. Never underestimate the power of the fear of the fact that what you're doing is illegal. I remember in LA, that was something like you would you'd be with your friends in a parking lot, say, and you worry about a cop just driving up on you. And I would make these bowls using a toilet paper cardboard, and I'd put a hole in it, and I would take the metal bowl and then a screen. And then if a cop sneaked up around us, then you just basically take the bowl off, throw that someplace, the cardboard, just throw that like it was litter, and you wouldn't have paraphernalia. Because when you have those zero tolerance laws where paraphernalia would be enough to get you in, or God forbid you had it in a car, you know, who wants your car confiscated? I remember the first time I smoked weed legally on the boardwalk in a blatant manner and on video. I mean, I've been smoking weed on this boardwalk since I was 15 years old, okay? The boardwalk is a very special place for people. That's why it breaks my heart that I feel unsafe and unwelcome to be out there with my guitar. Why can I not? I know sounds melodramatic and stuff, but I feel like I am the only person that's not allowed to have a livelihood. All up and down in this area here are little street urchins selling their bodies, buying and selling drugs of different kinds. there's crack pipes, there's needles, there's used condoms, there's all kinds of things. There's people's human feces because apparently people are, some of them are not allowed by security to go into public restrooms in the casinos, and they can't. Why you have to do things? I mean, it's terrible what's around here, and people trying to survive. And I know that the businesses on the boardwalk don't want vagrancy. They don't want loitering. They don't want the people. Do you have a cigarette? Do you have a dollar? I understand that. And it's very hard to find quiet places on the boardwalk, by the way. Those kiosks that give us the Wi Fi that I'm very grateful for, that's not strong enough for me to do a live stream from there. The people that are successfully live streaming, unless they're in a casino, you can live stream from there. I've done it. But the people that are live streaming going up and down are the ones that are using their cell phone airtime. I don't have a cell phone. I'm probably eventually going to have no choice but to get one. And of course, it'll give me more options for filming because I'll have that kitty tablet. I'll know how to use that. I'll have my iPad and I'll have this. And obviously, having smaller devices will make it a lot easier for me to film and be discreet. But sometimes people just don't realize that you're filming. And if, well, you're going to see some videos coming up, and I hope that you see it from the perspective of us creators. So any of you watch any of the subliminal YouTubers? I really like this stuff. And of course, when you go using so many different ones, when you start to see results, you don't know who to attribute them to. There is a creator, his name is World King, and if you remember a show on TV called Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, they would show these mansions and these sports cars and these swimming pools and the palm trees and the yachts. Maybe it was in Southern California, maybe it was in the Bahamas, maybe it was in Florida. And Florida, I hear so many good things about Florida. I wish that they would legalize weed, though, for real. And that abortion ban, that's fucked up. I'm pro-choice. I can't believe what's going on in Arizona. I've lived in Arizona before. I lived in Tempe. I lived in Phoenix briefly. Tempe, Arizona is where I met all those deadheads. I went on tour with the Grateful Dead one year. You know, we can't do that anymore. No, I was in San Francisco the year that Jerry Garcia died. He just got into rehab. I guess he wasn't supposed to get clean. That was weird. I wish I had more pictures. I have very few pictures of myself in those days. Well, well, there are, okay. I can recommend if you got a pen. Ones I like. Well, actually, you know what? My you can look at the people I subscribe to, and you see them there. And if I haven't gotten them yet, Mosamorph is one. Celestial Subliminals is another. See, there's ones with affirmations that are like 8 hours long, and they're made specifically for you to play in your sleep. And I play them on uh, pro-choice for the. Well, I think of how many women are in domestic violence situations, getting raped by their partners, sodomized by their partners, if you are stuck in an abusive relationship and you get pregnant, and even if you use the most perfect, the strongest kinds of the pill, that is not 100% effective. You can do everything right and things can still happen. If you're being abused, you should not be trapped by giving birth to that child. And if have been raped, there should be no way anybody should even think that that should be an option to make you forced to do that. I'd kill myself if I was forced to give birth to a rape baby. I tell you that for free. And to give women these face these things, or tell them that their nearest place is over 400, 500. Their nearest abortion provider is so far away, and maybe they're too poor to get to it. Now there is a fund. I forget what the name is. It's about abortion funds that helps women and girls access abortions, and they have to travel. It helps them. I forget the name of them, but it helps them. But the fact that there would be some states, I think Texas might be one, where if you help a woman transport her across state lines to get one, you can get in trouble. That is so barbaric. That is 1600s. When they burn witches, hello. Do I have to be afraid of the Christians now? And obviously, I'm being a little bit ridiculous because I have lots of great Christian friends. You can be my friend easily as long as you just don't try to kill me and we'll get along fine. Simple as that. And how, okay, yes, say states' rights. I would like, before Biden leaves office, I would like him to somehow codify Roe in some way. I don't know how you go about doing that because I can understand the states' rights thing, but also, why should, say you just happen to be born in a state? So much of the stuff about New Jersey only applies to me because I happen to be born here. And even though I left here when I came on hard times and my family needed me, I ended up back here. But I could have easily been born in Alaska or Hawaii or wherever. And I would probably be, if everything was equal, I would be in the same situation taking care of a parent in the city of my birth. And so, yeah, not all of us are crazy and intolerant. And and the Christians need to learn that not all witches, even left-hand path witches, that we're inverted pentagrams. We are not. I'm sick and tired of being told that everything I do is satanic. I got into a really interesting conversation with a Christian guy who showed me this. I didn't realize that he was looking at all these. I was wearing a whole lot of my symbols, and he showed me this. And you look at this. What do you see here? I saw where this thing with the heart in it, this looks like the chaos symbol. Okay. And it just happened to have a heart in there. And that's what I was thinking. I told him that's what it made me think of. And we talked about philosophy. I told him my reasons for thinking that as vast as our uh, universe is, and the solar system is just this tiny little bit. And if you've seen the graphics that show just how infinitesimally small and insignificant we are compared to the vastness of space. And the more we discover it and the more we map it out, and the thought of the deity that they are believing in that has so much individual attention for each one of us and cares about us, and it just, come on. I'm at a point in my life where I need logic. And the thing is, why I'm still a metaphysical practitioner is this proves itself. I wouldn't have invested years and studied in something if it did not prove itself to work and it wasn't true. And so, as far as the affirmations go, because I am trying to undo years of emotional abuse, some of it from a family member, and you know who I'm talking about, I started playing these YouTube subliminal. Well, I started with the affirmations. I started with them first, and a lot of them were the "I am rich," "I am prosperous," whatever. In order for them to kick in, you have to feel as if the wish has already been fulfilled. The reason why I like those videos by World King that show the yachts and the beautiful mansions and the palm trees and all the examples of the people, jumping in a pile of money, maybe scenes from famous movies that show opulence and diamonds, and you maybe see a picture of Marilyn Monroe. You know what I'm saying. And the whole concept of these videos is you watch them and you feel, oh, I could see myself in that yacht. I could see myself taking a dip in that heated pool where there's palm trees and maybe they have UV protection so I won't get burned, and this beautiful beach and all these things. And by imagining how it feels, you attract yourself to that, you attract it to you. They say the subconscious cannot tell the difference between the imagination, very, very, very vividly held, where you engage all of your senses. You know how, if you, people who pray, it's easy to pray for your mother or your father because you could see their picture, their face in your mind. My father's been dead 17 years, and I could say his face in my mind very easily. It's not hard at all to imagine their face very clearly. Your cat, you can imagine their face. Your favorite rock star, who you had crushes on, you can imagine them. You feel, you can. The same visualization can be used to attract that, those goals in your life. Like if your goal is to be financially prosperous, you have to imagine how it feels before you can attract it. That is, you get on the same vibration. There's somebody who I studied with. I didn't get to meet him, obviously, and he's dead now. He was old when I first got him. His name is Bob Proctor. He has videos on YouTube where he talks about how he did a turnaround in his life when he was 27. He started reading certain books. One of them was Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich. He was recommended by somebody who was successful a series of books to read and some basic behavior modification that he turned around his life, and he was able to do seminars and teach millions of people how to improve their life. And I was reading, watching his videos, and I took some of the free classes they had, and then I started watching these videos that you sleep to, that have like some of his famous money affirmations, and they just have it on a loop. And you have the dollar bills, $100 bills raining down, and you sleep to this, and you have it playing. Yeah, I will only refer to myself as a metaphysician in training. I will be in training till the day I die. They say that it's so important to stretch your brain power. It's sort of like if you're doing the same exercise routine all the time, you start to get bored by it, and maybe it doesn't have the same effects on your muscle definition and giving you the workout that you want. You have to mix it up. You have to find other things. And plus, it makes it more fun. And if it's not fun, you're not going to do it. I remember the day when I decided that I was too lazy to get up and do the running in place, whatever. And unfortunately, one day led to another, led to another, led to another. And and again, then you start, if you're eating a crap diet, I did it to myself. All of a sudden, I had access to, the food line is allowing, there's a certain shop, right, or whatever, and they're giving away stuff. And would I like a dozen chocolate donuts? Hell yeah. Would I like, and unfortunately, and I could never be low carb because I've lived in sourdough in San Francisco. I know what sourdough bread is. I've had really wonderful bagels. Ginsberg's Bakery. If you like good rye bread, they sell to the casinos. You know, the casinos have really, really, really good food. People expect world class food here in Atlantic City. That's one thing I can say about this town that I have such a love hate relationship with. It's so complicated because I know I'm probably sounding like I'm ungrateful, that, oh, you were born in this place that people pay money to go to and everything. But you see how the city treats the people who are just trying to make a living here, that are not. If I got a normal job, if I say I was hired by a casino, or if I was hired by one of those t-shirt shops or something, that would be fine because the cops wouldn't be on my ass. But there would be so much different. First of all, I can't cash checks right now. And even though that would maybe help me get Social Security, when I'm 82, and what's going to happen between now and then? You see what I mean? I need to be able to make cash now. Yes, I would like to when I no longer have the responsibility, which I'm not saying I don't want to have. But that said, say my mother lives to be 100 and I'm still taking care of her. Okay. She doesn't want to go to California. Then finally something does happen to her. And then I go to California. And gee, I'm going to be a hot mess, 80 some year old. They're going to want me. You see what I'm getting at? Puff's ghost better not go live, boy. Well, hello. I'm just talking a bunch of shit about my life and my past and my future. And my mother, by the way, she's in a hospital. She's in the ER. She had to go in for a routine mammogram today. And it happens to also be at the local hospital, which is very close by. I could walk it very easily. But she was having shortness of breath because she has heart stuff. So they decided to keep her. And she's at the best possible place, obviously. They could hook her up to the heart stuff and check her blood pressure and maybe put her on oxygen. And so I am here at home, and I thought it would be really good to be going live because I could let everybody know. And also, we have landline phones. I do not have a cell phone. This is a cordless extension to our landline, and this way, if she calls or they call the hospital, I could take it, and of course, I'll share it with you. So I was holding. This is a free and legal state for marijuana, by the way, and this is marijuana. Don't show, don't use my channel to babysit your kids, please. I am a grown up, and I do grown up things, and I talk about grown up concepts, and I don't want to corrupt the youth of America or any other country. All right, puff puff pass. All right, and I was talking about roach weed. Now, I also mentioned like about an hour ago that I batch record my content so that I'm able to do daily uploads and also know that I can take a couple days off if say I don't feel good and I don't feel like putting my makeup on and I don't feel like getting out of my PJs and maybe I'm a little bit pissed off because Garfield peed on my bed a little bit. and, I'm probably going to have to get a black light and see what might be peed on because I have to do all my laundry by hand. But what I'm about to do right now is I found a nice fat roach. And by fat roach, I mean it was like this. Okay. And even though, yes, there is a maybe slight chance somebody might adulterate something with that scourge of druggies everywhere, fentanyl. See this? This is a fentanyl test strip. I live on the corner of crack and heroin, so to speak. And unfortunately, because people know that people come here to do these things, there's also services to help people to stay alive. And a couple of days ago, people OD'd in the alleyway, and I heard a funny sound, and I gave them my Narcan. And Wednesday, I got some more because you never know if somebody's going to be ringing my doorbell because somebody is ODing or something. I don't want to have people. Well, okay, yeah, but I don't think I'm gonna let you know how oh my God, my that floor. Oh, both my cats died on this carpet. They're gonna totally replace it when we leave. But where's this? Okay. I am going to inhale some well-deserved weed. I don't do anything else. I love weed. I find that I can use it as a tool also. It's something that does not interfere in my great work. In other words, I can do magic, ritual, whatever stuff, and it doesn't interfere with my focus. One of the things I love to do when I lived in Los Angeles, I would sometimes make a bedroom out of a walk-in closet, tiny little walk-in closet. And you take a little radio and you put it on static and you turn it up loud enough and it totally blots out the outside noise. If you got roommates, if you got traffic sounds, static from a radio is really great. As long as it doesn't have the kind that pops loud sometimes, that can be unsettling. And yes, and it's so great that California is legal also. They went legal before New Jersey went legal. But can you imagine a school bus with a YouTube studio inside? It looks like a normal bus from the outside because I gotta look normal from the outside. I would love to make it purple or zebra stripe or something that's like me. But now I'm thinking as far as the inside decorating, I am very drawn to the old wood and the Thomas Kincaid cottages in the woods kind of look. But that said, I love zebra stripes. I can zebra stripe everything. And I also love purple furniture. There's a store called the Purple Store, and everything is purple. And oh, now lupus, that's an autoimmune disease, right? And it's often misdiagnosed. And it's sort of like fibromyalgia is misdiagnosed. And I know people who had it, that there's people that like to say it's all in your head, just like with cramps. And it's so much, I don't like to keep on playing the gender card, but am a female. That's all I've ever been. XX chromosomes, anybody ever guesses. And I'm not saying this to judge anything. As long as you're not competing against me in sports, it's all good. Or if I'm at the YMCA or YWCA, or if I think it's all female space, I'm sorry. I only expect to see what I think of as female parts. And I can see where that would be traumatizing, no matter what your orientation is, because you see what you expect to see. And in that said, I've been a stripper before, and you sometimes see what you don't want to see there. But no, when you're in safe space, you expect it to be safe space. You don't know who's been traumatized. You don't know who's been raped. You don't know who's been abused. When I lived in San Francisco, there's a place called the Whiptail Lizard Lounge. That was female only space. That was the first time I was ever in female only space. And that was interesting because it was in the middle 90s. And I saw that how people treated people that they saw that were different. That I saw because I've always been very glam and very, I guess you could say, femme. And no matter what space I was in, unless I was deliberately rocking a men's suit and stuff, and I've done that before. And I have a biggest suit collection you would ever believe. Oh, I have had my father very briefly was put on dialysis. Um, and actually got out of it. Wasn't usually once you have renal failure and you have to be on some kind of dialysis, and usually you don't get out of that. But I've had cats have kidney problems, and that's not good. Healthcare for pets is too expensive. Now I'm glad they have insurance and stuff. And I have my own weird kind of morality, and I hope I don't get. I'd rather be honest as I feel safe to be. I still have some things that I don't have the courage to say, but I'm working on certain things. I don't believe euthanasia is right, and yet I'm pro-choice. I don't think that I can't take a pet to the vet to be put down. I've done in-home hospice. I had a cat that had diabetes, and this is when my mother still had some money. And and he wouldn't take human insulin. He needed feline insulin. And they know the shots are good for them. They come running for their shots. And it's just a cutaneous shot. Get them by the scruff of the neck. You put the shot in there. It's not anything like needle drugs or anything like that. Not that I know anything about that, but I have friends who do. And you learn things because you learn from your friends. And like I said, I don't judge. I was part of the harm reduction movement in both San Francisco and in Hollywood. And that means that if people are going to do things anyway, you have an obligation to help them be safe. And that means preventing HIV/AIDS and preventing ODs and giving them the safe tools that they need. And that also includes needle exchange, but they use the euphemism harm reduction because people are going to do certain behaviors anyway. They don't need to die for it, and they don't need to spread diseases that kill families and each other, right? I believe this. They didn't have storefronts at first. They would actually go to squats. I was a squatter. Now squatters have a bad name now because you have people that are taking. See, when I squatted, I didn't squat people's homes that they were only on vacation and fuck things up and do things like that. I didn't do that. I squatted red line buildings that were deemed unsafe to inhabit due to earthquake damage. Okay. Or when I was in San Francisco, once or twice there was a squat raid, and I had a sleeping bag. I rolled my sleeping bag, put it back to my backpack, and I ran the hell out. I wasn't moved in. The most any of my roommates. One time I had this really groovy roommate situation when I lived in San Francisco. It was a real gothic situation. Um, there were 8 of us, and we lived in a series of places, including some of those beautiful. They called them painted ladies. They're Victorian houses. That some of them look kind of like row houses, and some of them are painted in different candy colors and stuff. And they are so beautiful. And oh man, bad boys and girls could be named Cobra. And the great thing about Gothic clubs is that there were guys and there was girls and there was people that you couldn't tell who or what they were, and everybody was beautiful. But I felt that if they didn't know you, they didn't talk to you, and since I wasn't the kind of person to make the first move because everybody was being cool and stuff, and I did a whole lot of admiring people from afar, and so it was like getting laid at a goth club was really hard. I thought maybe maybe it was just my experience, but the heavy metal places are like the Rainbow Bar and Grill, which even though it was called Rainbow, it was not an LGBTQ space, but it was in theory welcoming. But yet, I remember when the Sunset Strip scene was very homophobic, and it was like people. It was an interesting time. And then when Rob Halford came out and he got an advocate, and I met him before. He was after for a while. He had a project called Fight, and they had a foundations forum. It was a heavy metal hard rock convention in Burbank at the Hilton. In the year was I think 93. I'd escaped a bad abusive boyfriend situation. Been to San Francisco already. Came back down. Was staying with somebody who happened to live in Burbank, and the venue, it was like $100, $200 to get in. He paid for me to get into this convention. It was a 3-day heavy metal convention. Kiss was there. They did a meet and greet. They signed T-shirts and things. It was Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley, Eric Singer, and not Tommy Thayer, uh, Bruce Kulick. And I loved Kiss ever since I was in beauty school. That's when they unmasked. And JJ Jackson on MTV, the black DJ, he's now gone. He's dead. He unmasked them. Eric Carr was the drummer, and he had the Fox makeup. And Vinnie Vincent had the Ankh makeup, but he was only in the band for like a year. They didn't tend to hold on to guitars for too long. But anyway, and I really had a thing for Paul Stanley. I knew people who actually traveled with them during some of the years of their no makeup era, and they actually like worked on jobs to support themselves on tour and followed the band. And but meanwhile, I went straight to LA. I think I went to LA just before they left New York and moved to LA, because really a lot of people moved to LA just because of the weather. You can deal with if you just I was so sick and tired of the cold winters, and even though I always loved New York, and New York is so fucking expensive. I have friends that live and work around there now, and it's like what they went through during the pandemic, and they had to have proof of vaccination in order to go any places. And the thing is, I got for the at first I got all my vaccines, and I got the first booster after I started realizing that it wasn't preventing people from getting it, and it wasn't people. I knew people that got all their shots and they got COVID twice, and I knew people that didn't get their shots and got COVID and they died in 2 weeks. And that's what, and I told you about that. I lost a very dear friend. He was a 62-year-old man. He was a biker and a machinist and did different things. And he was an NRA member and he was a Trump supporter. And he was a friend of mine. We never met in person. We met on Facebook when I was being bullied by Trump haters. I'm part of the walk away movement, which are the people that walked away from the Democratic Party. It was 9/11, though, that made me switch. And like I said, I'm still so much in the middle. I'm pro choice. When this thing happened, I never thought that Roe would be taken away. And there's what I really want is a combination of the best of both parties. And, but right now, what's going on with our porous borders and stuff, we keep on I don't feel safe walking around now because I don't know all my neighbors and everybody anymore. It's a country without a border is not a country. Name another country that has that doesn't care about keeping an idea of who is here. What country doesn't want to protect uh, their citizens, especially in light of terrorist attacks that happens? Who doesn't want to protect, if nothing else, the women and the children? I don't want to put tobacco. Yeah, I'm really concerned about that, and I would still like to work on the polls. I have been a poll worker before. I went and got the training again, but I made the mistake of voicing some concerns about controlling illegals from voting. It's like, what if you live in a neighborhood and you know for a fact somebody is not a citizen and they are trying to vote? I would think your duty as a citizen, as a loyal citizen of the country that you have a sworn allegiance to, is to, okay, I might not I'm not a veteran. I've never served in the armed forces. I've never been a cop. Because I could never see being forced to bust people for doing what I myself am doing. That was why I could never be a cop. If I like to party, I can't go into an alley and get you. If I've slept on the streets, I'm not gonna do that to you. I can't. That's the worst hypocrisy in the world. And then to get paid to do it? No. Once they start realizing that certain things are not crimes and they start making things illegal, then maybe we'll talk. But you know what I'm getting at. Now I see I totally lost my train of thought. What the point? Yes, I do give a damn. And as far as voting goes, I realize here I'm gonna put the curtain down because I realize that the window's totally open. Uh you have to think about the most important things, which is your survival. And I have always been a national security voter. 9/11 is what's made me switch to the Republican Party because I've always found the fact that the GOP seemed to be beholden to the radical Christian right that always gave a bad taste in my mouth. Because I still kind of, as a witch, I still kind of have harbor something against them for what was done to us in the burning times. Okay, and there are still some religions in some places in the world where that still happens. And there are some other uh, ideologies disguised as religions that didn't start until the year 600, and you know what religion that is, and I don't want to say it. And and when they say 30% of that religion thinks that there are some circumstances where it's okay to put somebody to death, like if they insult the wrong person or deface the wrong book or whatever. But any other religion, even the Scientologists don't freak out that much if you insult their stuff and you're all around Hubbard and stuff. And I could tell you stories about Scientologists because I lived in LA for what, 16 years. Does that count to people? Hell no. I'm stupid and I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't know anything about showbiz, don't know anything about acting, modeling, or dancing, never seen the inside of a trailer, never been on a film set, never been on the TV lot, never been on air and spelling production. Nope. Don't know anything about those things. Mm-mm. I'm not, you can't find me on the cutting room floor on anything, not in any of the MTV videos. Uh, but then 9/11, and it happened. It was so abrupt. It was like, boom, interruption. and things are already expensive there. But you know what? But yeah, and the thing is, as far as that, getting back to the celebrity center, oh, I could tell you things you would not believe. I had an interesting job at a Japanese style hostess bar, and this had dancers. But before they thought that I was skinny enough to dance, I was a hostess, and a hostess just means you sit and talk and drink with these guys. And there was this cute guy that actually was a Scientologist, and he had the S, in the triangle. Look who's here. Look who's here. You want to see my buddy? Oh, he's burning. I love you so much. No, you're not burning. Really? Oh, you want to see? Now the candle's over there though, and I don't want to get him near the fire because oh, this is Garfield, the street cat. He lives in the alley, kind of not quite the alley, but on the street. And I think when I'm finally ready to move out of here with my school bus, I think I am just going to take him because it's obvious that even though a lot of people will love him, see, I want to get him. And there's this cat that I call Heart Nosed Cat, and they seem to be friends. They've touched noses before. Heart Nosed Cat is a tabby cat that has some white on him, and he has a nose that's got white and black and white, and there's a heart on his nose. And the thing is, he lets me pet him a little bit, but he's kind of skittish and will not let me pick him up. And it could take quite a while. And the thing is, like, it's not like I could go take a trap, put it over there. You got houses with motion sensor cameras, or I don't know if they have cameras, but they have motion sensors. And it would look very scandalous if I took out there and trapped a cat, Even though I know that I'm not hurting anybody, it's like Garfield, what I do is I shake a bag of the Temptation Streets and I give him one or two. And because if he's on somebody's porch, I don't want to walk on the steps of their porch. Okay. It was raining a couple of nights ago, and I went out there, and I would have loved to have brought him in out of the rain, but I don't want to get too close to people's houses because, especially after dark, all of a sudden the spotlight gets on you and stuff. There's some of these houses, there will be a recording saying, "Smile, you're being recorded on camera." Whether you really are or not, I don't know. Because some of these are used as Airbnbs, but and sometimes you see that there is food being let out for him and for other cats. But there's fixed. And when I found out that that cat that I was trying to get fixed, that my roommates, or not my roommates, my neighbors had, kept on letting her get out, and they deliberately let her get pregnant so that they could sell the kittens. And they're not going to even wait till the cats get fixed. If you're going to distribute kittens, you should wait until they're spayed or neutered before they change hands to those other people. So they're doing this to make money for drugs. I tried so hard to get them to the Humane Society to do the spay and neuter thing. And for a while there, he had this use of a jitney and a driver's license and everything that he had a keys to anytime he could have gone there. And then for a while there, something happened that he stopped driving for them and he gave the keys away and I said, that's okay. I have this. Look, do you see carrier there? Do you see the little carrier there? You can take cats and dogs in carriers on New Jersey Transit buses. You can do this. There is no excuse. And he gets a check every 2 weeks. There is no excuse. I have carriers. I even have a leash. I have a spare collar. There is no excuse. When Tabby Boy died, I had this almost totally unused big bag of dry cat food. It was like a 13-pound bag that one of my friends, the one that deals with my computer stuff sometimes, had got for me. He picked up at like Dollar General or something. And I held on to it for the longest time. And finally, because he was saying that they were out of dog food and they were out of cat food and everything. And, I had been sitting on this food and I just gave it to them. For months, I was trying to get that cat fixed. And that cat got let out so many times because you have a parade of people going in and out of there. Some of them, they're using it like a fucking flop house. And I mean, I know I'm sounding really cavalier and flip about this. I have benefited from flop houses in my life, so I shouldn't talk. I know when I lived in Hollywood and I did not have my own apartment, I was couch touring. I was, it's fun and convenient when you're on amphetamines because you can be up a day or two or three. But when you need to sleep, you want to have a safe space to lay down where you're not going to be touched or molested or anything, uh, you know. So I would never begrudge a person saying, yes, you can crash here. Yes, you can crash here. But when people are like last night, it sounded like somebody was throwing furniture. The hallway is parallel to the hallway here and right up this end. And I had those staticky affirmation kind of videos and subliminal videos, and some of them they have that, that lo-fi sound. There's lo-fi videos. It's kind of sound like somebody has a turntable and playing old records, and it just has a certain feeling. Well, that let's just say I had my fun with it. Shortly after 9/11, I quit all chemicals because what it was starting to interfere, I thought, with my memory. And I had an experience where I've been partying with these strippers, and I could not tell this joke right. And it was like, it scared me. It was almost like somebody videotaped me and showed me when I was drunk and stupid. And I had to confront myself. I said, oh my God, did I just do this? Well, you know what? I have embarrassed myself. I can't do this anymore. If I'm going to, I always prided myself in having a good mind, a healthy, not just a sane mind, but a keen mind, a functional mind. And the sad thing is that when I had that memory thing, it really scared me. And I thought that that was brain damage. And I said, you know what? I can't change what I did, but I can stop now. And that's what I did. And I went to a few meetings. I went to Crystal Meth Anonymous. I even got that started in my friend's place, the Youth Drop-In Center. And I didn't think any big deal of it at the time. It just seemed to me that, hey, let's do this because 9/11, you see, when 9/11 happened, that was such a big, like, imagine having a real heavy rock drop on your foot and it's going to stop you in your tracks. And you realize as hard as it affected you is nothing compared to the people that were directly impacted because they were there. And you don't want to trivialize their suffering and their families changing of the whole landscape and the skyline and just I remember going home for Christmas right after that. And I went to New York and I saw that there were uh, fire truck the fire hoses melted into the street across from there. And I saw all these missing signs and like little teddy bears left behind. And, it just wrenched your heart out. And when there was construction and there were these little areas where you could look at the smoldering ruins, I remember that. I had to go to Manhattan for a Gene Simmons book signing. He had this book, Kiss and Makeup, and it was at Union, not Union Plaza, not Union Station. Maybe it was Union Plaza or wherever it was. Anyway, I went and I got it signed. And there was another time Gene and Paul were doing a book signing, and that was Yeah. But when you're that close to, and I always, whenever I'm in Manhattan, I always make a pilgrimage to the World Trade Center site. And they have a museum there. And of course, that building that's in its place, I would have preferred it to be constructed back as Twin Towers. I was part of that movement. And for a while there, I never missed a memorial. But then one year they had a thunderstorm on the way there, and have to walk to the bus terminal here in order to get there. And then once you're there, then you can take a subway to the area. I like to walk around a lot in New York, though. But anyway, ever since then, I haven't been back there because, of course, gas prices keep on going up now. I think it's probably a good $50 each way there, maybe from here. And just, you know, I think also since the pandemic, things have really been altered there. And now the political landscape, with all this pro-Palestinian stuff, where anybody wearing a Mogen David is got to really keep a low profile. And I remember how I felt as a George W. Bush supporter when I would go up to New York, and I didn't realize how I went up there for the NYCD, uh, no, NYC GOP. Yeah, it was the Republican National Convention, or the RNC NYC. And of course, I'm not a delegate, so I couldn't get into Madison Square Garden where the voting and all the people were. But I got to be as close as I could, line the parade route, so to speak. And I got to there are these places where a lot of the reporters hung out in, where it was a sign that said Radio City Music Hall, and there were all these really big screens and big each of the major networks at the time had really big buses. And I don't know if Fox News Channel was on my radar then, because I'm trying to think. CNN, I think, was started before Fox News Channel, I believe. Because as soon as whenever I'm in New Jersey, this is where we have the cable TV and stuff. I don't always have cable on the West Coast when I travel, so this was always where I would get my TV on. And I really appreciated the concept of a 24-hour news cycle. That really all of a sudden became a thing. I think that it was probably 9/11 that started what we now take for granted as the concept of a 24-hour news cycle. We always had talk radio, yes, and that's still an exciting format. I miss Rush Limbaugh. I never had the courage to call him that show, because I was always afraid that they wouldn't believe that was Leathur was really my name. And I was kind of intimidated by Bo Snerdley, the guy that doing the caller screening. And I always kind of had to feel in Republican circles that I had to prove my conservatism, especially considering that I'm not that much of a social conservative, because I am pro-choice. And I my lens is for that is not only being a woman, but having been abused and having been in very dangerous situations where, what if I hadn't already been on the pill and Depo-Provera and stuff, and I had been conceived in some terrible situation. Do you know how many suicides happen when people feel there's no choice? And how are women going to be able, and girls going, and especially look at all the people that have snuck over, the illegal aliens. They say that over half of the women that come across have been victimized, brutalized, raped along the way. Sometimes they're put on the pill preemptively so that if and when they're raped, they don't have to have an abortion, because a lot of them are Catholic. And of course, for them, abortion is a sin because it's murder. To be so desperate to come here that you are willing to risk the sexual violence. That's another thing about these open borders. The people that seem to think that immigration is such a good thing for us, the safety and the risks of the people, even if people are legitimately looking for asylum, if it's not just an economic thing, what they are going through to do this. And you know what? Now I have a loved one that we're talking about maybe this would be a way for him to get here. He's not from south of the border, but that is a story that you wouldn't believe me if I told you. There's terrible things going on in the Middle East, in Iran. Not everybody there is even necessarily Muslim. And the people, the Persian people, the Iranian people, they love the Jewish people. Did you know that? Those people, even the ones that, and so many of them were in those demonstrations to protest the women being beaten for not covering enough of their hair, not being modest enough. So I know somebody that lives there and got arrested at those demonstrations. And for months, I didn't hear from him. He'd send a final communique basically saying don't try to contact him and that he was in prison and the terrible things that were being done to him and other people there. And before all this stuff happened with the Ukraine war, he was trying to sell his house that his parents left for him. And he was going to try to eventually get to the United States by way of spending some time in Ukraine. This is before Putin invaded Ukraine. Now, I don't fly. And heck, I don't know how I would even go about getting a passport, but I was going to take a freighter boat to try to go to Ukraine and meet up with him. Again, none of us knew any of this was going to happen with Putin and all this stuff. And this is a person who loves America, loves Trump, loves our freedom. He is a musician. He graduated from Tehran Conservatory of Music. He plays guitar, plays classical and blues and metal. Very, very, very talented musician. I guess kids in Iran, a lot of them are taught English as a second language starting when they're kids. I have talked to him online since the Google Plus time, and that was what, 2011. He was literally a teenager when we were talking. So, in my defense, I didn't know he was that young. I mean, all we were doing was talking. But anyway, bottom line, he is a person who would deserve to immigrate here and wants to do it legally. There are lots of good people there who have nothing to do with the mullahs and the holy books and the mosques and everything. There are people who are just totally secular, who actually have been in Christian churches, who've sipped wine, which, as far as I understand, devout Muslims are not supposed to do. So I think he probably has eaten bacon before, so he passed that test. He, I'm sure, would pass a background check because he's a real nice, kind, gentle person. Now, am I in trouble because I'm in contact with a person like this? But guess what? Even if somebody had a warrant and they investigated everything that I said and did or whatever, all you'd find out is I love my country. I have an allegiance to my country. That, you can investigate somebody like me all you want. I love my president. Well, I love the man who was president, who needs to be president again. I worry about the current president. I wonder who the heck's really in control. And there's things we can't say. But anyway, he was in a prison and he had this beautiful long hair. They chopped it off. But, hair can grow back. But he seems to think that he can get to Alaska easier than just America. But Alaska is part of America. And Alaska is cold. And I'm sorry, no offense to people that live in Alaska, or even if you live in Canada, but it's too cold. You have to wear too much clothes. I would have to change so much of my self-expression. I live here. This is what I'm wearing. If I lived in a cold climate like that, and I would probably have to depend on a snowmobile and a pickup truck, and I have to have gas for it all the time. And just to be prepared to, and especially if you're out in the middle of nowhere, I don't know how people can do it. I don't mind hunting for your food for some of it anyway. I mean, I don't kid myself that I where my meat comes from. I know it isn't grown at the store. Okay. And matter of fact, I had uncles that used to uh, give us venison. But I like the gamier meats though. I like lamb. I got a pound of lamb and I made curry lamb with it. You know, no, it wasn't lamb, it was goat. Excuse me. It was like $5.99 a pound. But this was before the pandemic. It's probably a hell of a lot more expensive. You know, I got it cubed, and I just did something similar to it that I did with the potatoes last night. You know, but so I'm guessing that the more I don't hear from my mother, I would feel better about them keeping her overnight so that she could be hooked up to monitors, so they can monitor how much oxygen she's getting. And also, another thing that my mother's been going through, she has been having. Wait a minute. I didn't see anything being blocked. Wait a minute. I don't consent for anything to be censored, and I don't do any censoring unless somebody's doxing somebody, or if, say, somebody tried to say something that I didn't want them to say, that, or, but I mean, I don't have anything that's blocked. Maybe my birth name. And that's just because that is a dead name and you don't dead name people. I changed my name for a reason, and it was just because I didn't like to name it. It was irrelevant. But Amir, you're my friend. My friend. And I have everything here. I was about to take a drag off of this marijuana. This is a very poorly made. When I saw it in the packaging, I didn't realize that it looked so fucked up. I actually got two of these, but you know what? Something like this can always be used, like to close luggage or something. I mean, and plus it's historic, am I right? So did you hear? You guys heard about the fire on Central Pier? So that dollar store is closed now, and the go karts are burned up, and the arcade. Yeah. I wish they would strengthen the Wi-Fi signal on the boardwalk so that I would love to be live streaming up and down. Now tomorrow, now I really wanted to, I'm not going to stay up too late tonight because I want to do the park thing tomorrow. I want to go to the library. I don't want this candle to um melt this plastic. So you know what? I'm going to take one more thing. You know what? I'm going to, there. I want to take this out of here. I don't want this to catch fire. This is actually, believe it or not, I'll call these collectible coins, foreign coins, um, wheat pennies, anything that I will not, that I'm only going to save. That's what's in here. Uh, well, one thing, as far as I know, there's not going to be any crazy church tonight. What I wanted to do, I wanted to make myself a hamburger and I wanted to put it on everything bagel. But the head off of this. But I have to cut I've been cutting strips off of an old paper plate because my lighter is technically the stove. I always worry about the mice in it. They're so cute and they run from the holes where they go and they run alongside things. And I've heard some people actually can catch a running mouse and hold it in the hand. But the thing is, I don't want to be bitten. And plus, I'd scare the poor thing. We look like these giants to them, and most humans are very mean to them. And they don't seem to have any way of knowing that I would just take it, save it, look at it, pet it, put it in a bucket, and set them free. Now, there's a chance it could rain tomorrow morning. I hope that doesn't happen. I don't know. I don't know that that's on their radar. I know that they don't care about their impact on us. I get the feeling that the pastor that subletted the space to them probably told them to just feel free to sing that joyful noise unto the Lord. He would love nothing more than for us, if the three of us vacated this place. This is technically a 4-bedroom apartment. And if you count the storage rooms, he could fit so many people in here. What he would do is he would spend all the money he gets of his collection plate on Sunday mornings, and he would just rent this out from the landlord because he pays rent to the same landlord that we do. And then he would fill this up with so many rent paying people. And I mean, think of all the bunk beds that could be put, even in my mother's little room. You could put 2 bunk beds in there. That would be what, 4 people? You could in the room that belongs to the other person that lives here. It's technically our living room. So many people could live there. That grow room, a couple bunk beds to be put in there. I mean, really, this place could be filled up. Next door they have people sleeping in a bed in their kitchen. They have a total closet. It's a walk-in closet that somebody has a cot in, which, hey, I'm all for that. I don't have claustrophobia and things, and especially if you are a ritual magician and you want space to do your privacy, to do your candle work and stuff. It's really great. All you need is a fan, a milk crate, that wire that they use to attach the temporary no parking signs. It's like real giant long twist ties, and you can use that to attach a fan to keep you cool. And then you can have, you've seen my incense burner, haven't you? It's not really an incense burner, but it's what I use. I keep on trying. Oh, here it is. This is very special to me. And the statute of limitations is all I gotta say. Horrible funeral music. That's exactly what it sounds like. A funeral dirge. It's miserable. And then at one point they have this da 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 da. And I saw kids dancing around like, I know that there's different cultures have different kinds of music. I understand that, but it just, I sometimes I feel that no matter how I describe it, it makes me seem like I'm the hater, and it's not that. But okay, you got a meter maid. They know that nobody likes to get a ticket. They're basically make their money through giving tickets to people that they're like parking tickets. So they're basically making their money off other people's misery. Nobody likes to get a ticket from the meter maid. Okay. Well, and so how do you feel about knowing that your job is basically based on making everybody miserable? Well, the church, they have their insular community that they obviously believe in. And it's also big business because that collection plate and it's tax-free income and everything. But when they know that while they have their community and they're into that, that they're actually making people miserable and it's families. And the fact that they don't care, and the fact that you try to communicate with them, and the fact that we have had cops down there, and the cops, you would think the cops say, turn it down. Usually, cop tells you to do something. Yes, sir. Yes, officer. And you do it, right? You don't argue with the cop. Yeah, lovely. Yeah. Well, nothing they do is lovely. But this is the San Francisco water main cover. I dug it out of the streets of San Francisco and I sent it to my brother for Christmas one year. Yes, I know I shouldn't have done that, but again, statute of limitations. Well, because he doesn't love me, he said he didn't want it. So my mother used it in the kitchen to put hot things, take a coffee pot, put it on there, or a spoon, or take a pot off the stove so it doesn't mess up your furniture and stuff. And then I started using it to burn charcoal incense. You put a piece of charcoal on, and then you put your frankincense or whatever. And this, every now and then, you scrub it kind of clean of the charcoal and stuff. But this is what I use to burn my incenses and resins and stuff. But this, because this is from San Francisco and I was there when it was safer and when it was very special, and it's just, but things have to change how the cities run. On one hand, you see, I could see it from the point of view of a person who is living on the streets there. And it's so unfair to criminalize people for things that they have no choice but to be doing outside. But that said, if you are having people that are leaving their filth outside and needles and crack pipes where you have to step over them, that's not acceptable either. And also the not having people have to pay for the crimes they're taking. I think if it's up to $900, they don't prosecute you for shoplifting. That's insane. That's incentivizing theft. You know how many stores are going out of business? CVSs are going out of business. Designers' places are going out of business. Uh, Restaurants are going out of business. So many kinds of businesses are, including national chains, are closing up shop because it's not safe to do business. And then when they're doing this in San Francisco, they're also doing this in Oakland. When they were doing it in Oakland, though, the mayor at first was saying that she thought that, or is it a female mayor in Oakland? I think it's a female mayor, tried to say that it was racist to leave these communities. But it's not racist that you're leaving because you're tired of being burglarized. That's not racist. If you can't afford to do business because you're already paying rents, or maybe you have a mortgage on property, land, all this stuff that you have, and meanwhile, customers don't feel safe visiting you. You can't maintain stock because it's being stolen. You can't. What's the incentive? How can you do business? You don't go into business to lose money. You have people that save all their lives to finally have a business they can retire and just live off of that business. And now not only their savings is gone, but this stuff is damaged. That even their insurance, they can't afford to do business, and the taxes and everything. And, this isn't right. And you know how many people are leaving the state of California partly because of the crime and the taxes also. Um, and I understand that they're trying to issue people a tax penalty for leaving, which doesn't seem constitutional. I think, are they doing that in Florida also? I don't understand how, if you have, first of all, you should have the right to go back and forth anywhere. You live in the United States of America. You're a citizen of the United States. You should have the right to go from Florida to Maine to Texas to wherever the hell you want. Visit family, do whatever, as long as you're not doing just for the purpose of crime. But if you can't move, say you get a better job someplace else, you should be able to move there. But they don't shake a stick at or bat an eye if you're leaving because you're a military spouse. They take for granted that you have to up and move around. You know. But if there are some of these states that are issuing you tax penalties because you decided that, "Oh, I can't afford to keep on living here. The cost of living's too much. You're taxing me up the ass, everything. I found it's much more affordable for me to go someplace else." So you're going to go to what you can afford, right? Just like if you can't afford $1,200 a month in an apartment and you can find one that's $400 a month, you're going to go, maybe you would consider going to that. And so meanwhile, some of these states penalize people for going to the more affordable option. And if you're moving because of economic reasons, because you can't afford that, and they're going to try to penalize you when you already said you can't afford it. And again, it's like what my mother is going through with the credit card company. She has to make a minimum $75 a month, and we've never been a minimum payments family. It's always been paid the whole balance at the end. We never, by we, I shouldn't say we. It's hers. It's not my bill. It's not my debt. But she doesn't have the money coming in. And again, should I take a chance, go out there with my guitar? Because I want to so badly, but I also know what it's like to be out there 5 hours, 6 hours, and not make shit. And meanwhile, you see the panhandlers, and they have the nerve to ask me for $1. And it's like, excuse me, you are, what you're doing is ruining it for the people that are playing a musical instrument, or an artist, or doing something. We had I've seen acrobats. I've seen a family of jugglers and different, or not jugglers, or some kind of like circus. I guess they were gymnasts or something. But I don't know who all has permits. But why is it somebody like me has to get harassed? And it's always on the 4 to 12 shift. And I can't do it early in the day. Hey, you and the insane clown posse? You down with the clown? I know some pretty cool people in that movement, but I've never gone to the concerts. I'm really not a hip hop person. There's very few exceptions. There is a channel, Boogie the Man. He's a comedy channel. And he actually, because of his channel, I learned how to scratch using a certain Newmark thing. And they have special scratch records so you don't have to ruin your good vinyl. So, but he has this one, he does freestyle and stuff. And again, I am a metalhead. I really am not, that's really not, but generally speaking, my cup of tea. But he has one he did called Squatching, about Sasquatch. And I think it's very clever. And he could do real fast, and he can do it so you can hear it. I actually don't appreciate the extremely fast rappers anyway, because you really can't hear them. Just like some of that graffiti that's so stylized that, frankly, if you can't figure out what they're saying, the whole point of a font, of a letter style, is you're communicating. And don't you want to be understood? And if it's so cryptic that I can't picture it out, it looks like a design of some sort, but I can't picture what the letters are. And some of that graffiti just really confuses me. Oh, oh. Oh, I saw the Hollywood Batman today. I haven't seen him in months. You know the Hollywood Batman? He's black and he's tall and he's a hell of a nice guy. Um, he's interesting. He's always talking about demons, and he's a real hardcore born again Christian. And I've tried to tell him that not everybody who's an occultist is a bad person. And I've even shown him my symbols at the risk of freaking him out. But he sometimes he gets treated like the kids all love him, but some of the adult men, especially some of the black men, do not treat him well. He's gotten smacked around a few times. It's like, why, if you don't understand something, just back off. Especially when you know somebody's not hurting anybody. And all he does is pose for pictures. He's not, sometimes he talks some biblical things and he talks about, like he says, he never want to go to Hollywood because he says there's too many demons there and stuff. And I told him I recommended that he would do well there in Los Angeles. But, but if you think there's too many demons there, I don't know. I see people are afraid of things at places they've never been and things they've never experienced. I spent a lot of time there, even though I acknowledge that it's gotten very expensive, and that's what really sucks. And trying to track down my friends that live there and find out who's even still alive, because I'm trying to find some people that just because their email addresses are no longer good does not necessarily mean anything. Oh, my first concert I ever saw, I was really young. It was Bachman Turner Overdrive, and they played the Brighton Avenue schoolyard. Now, actually, but now, if you want to go even further back than that, my mother took me to the Steel Pier in Atlantic City on the boardwalk, and she took me to the Temptations, but I was two, and I only slightly remember that. I don't know if I remember that, even though I love them, but I do remember very vaguely Johnny Maestro and the Brooklyn Bridge. And we were in the audience, and I guess I was screaming or whatever you do, and she tried to explain to me that they couldn't hear me. And I thought that the reason why they couldn't hear me from the audience is because they were playing behind glass. I didn't realize that there was no glass in front of them, but I saw the Banana Splits. Remember the TV show Banana Splits? They came to uh, Steel Pier. And when I was 11, I saw England Dan and John Ford Coley. My father took me to see them. They were great. Oh man, I loved England Dan, John Ford Coley. I was a Baha'i for like 2 years. I actually studied that for a couple of years. I credit for being in the Baha'i faith from keeping me drug and alcohol free when kids should not be experimenting. But what ultimately made me leave it is they have a very strict moral code, and they did not allow any intoxicants, no drugs, no alcohol, no weed even, and no sex outside of marriage. And I'm thinking, that I heard that. I said, nah. And then they said at some eventual point in time, the male believers will not be able to have their hair longer than their earlobe. And I like long hair on guys, so when I heard that, I said no, and so I left. But that was the last time I was in a monotheistic religion, and then I got into all kinds of. I started listening to Art Bell, Coast to Coast AM radio, and I learned about transcendental meditation. They had the Mahash Yogi on. I think he may have even had George Harrison on there. I don't know. Do you think George Harrison would have been on Art Bell? Um, the Beatles. My mother was pregnant with me when the Beatles were here in Atlantic City, and I don't want to say what the year is, but she does not like crowds. And that's the thing, is she's never really liked crowds too much. I love crowds. Crowds, I find them really energizing. The only thing though that kind of bums me out sometimes I go to concerts is all around me I see couples and groups and all this stuff. And sometimes especially when I was younger, I would have these unrealistic expectations at the heavy metal shows. I would go to this place called the Spectrum in Philadelphia, and it's been torn down now. It was a place that they would have. It was a sports arena and it was a concert hall. And I saw the '80s metal concerts there. Motley Crue, I've seen them a number of times. One time, Easy O opened up for them. Another time, Loudness. I saw Loudness and Easy O together, maybe. But anyway, I'd seen both those bands. They're both Japanese bands. But I never got good seats except for Van Halen 1984 tour. I got third row seat. I spent $90 for it. The guy didn't want to break up a pair, but there was this ticket seller place called Acrat. They sold records and tapes, but they also were a ticket broker. And I was tired of nosebleed seats. I wanted to get up close, see David Lee Roth. Autograph opened up for them. And I have the vinyl, sign in please autograph, has to turn on the radio. I'm a metalhead. That's if I really had to say probably what my favorite music is. I really like the '80s hair metal a lot. But I also like classic rock. I love the '70s disco. I really appreciate the '60s Motown. There's just the production values of that, the sound of Philadelphia. There was a production value that was just iconic. So, but I do not listen to current pop and hip hop music. I avoid it like the plague. Part of it is because I don't want anything interfering with my own musical ideas. I don't want influences to be current. I want my influences to be what my influences were, what I loved growing up, what I was lucky to experience. When I finally got to break out of here, I finally got to go to clubs and got to fraternize and got to be with around beautiful people, and where I could wear everything I wanted to and not have to worry about my safety or being judged, where I could walk down the street and not have to worry about people automatically assuming I was a streetwalker. That was so key, to go from where I felt so constricted here, where I felt that, especially because I was smoking weed and it was hitting me more because I was younger and less experienced. And I felt like all eyes were on me because I was wearing these short skirts and things, which, whether they were or they're not, I wasn't as comfortable in my skin because I was so young. But to go to California where I could just relax and feel that I could just be and feel that I belonged there. And that's the thing, is that I felt that I belonged there. Pirate Cache. Um, there are places that, like, I remember one of the places I squatted was behind the Pep Boys. It was on Hollywood Boulevard near the Pantages. I remember for a while there, they would let people sleep and or party on the red carpeted area in front of the Pantages. When you still had those little ashtrays from the McDonald's, those flimsy ashtrays, and I would bring them over there. And this was when I was still using speed, because I did speed until like till not just after 9/11. The Christmas after the November after 9/11 was when I quit all the chemicals. But until then, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I had a good time with my experience because I didn't do things as hardcore as some people did. I never touched needles, for instance. I didn't use to the extent that some of my friends did. I always used certain people as a barometer to judge. And I read certain books, like I read the John Belushi memoir, Wired. I read that. But the thing is, that didn't really apply to me because I wasn't doing those mixtures and I wasn't doing needles and I wasn't, he acted like he had a death wish for some of the things he was doing, mixing things. I was from a chemistry standpoint, that was very, very, very dangerous. And I was always about being conscious of my safety, especially because through looking at things through the lens of a single female, I know what my vulnerabilities are. Or I could be maybe dancing on one of those hoochie coo stages, and that's one thing. But then when I have to walk down Hollywood Boulevard to get from point A to point B, I'm not on the stage. I'm just trying to get safely from one place to another. and not be hassled. And for the most part, I really wasn't, you know. And plus, when you live in a place for a while and you get to know and be known by people, you feel that you have people looking after you. And there's people of all walks of life that were looking after each other, including homeless people and stuff. Other people, oh, Robin Williams, who, okay, he's an actor. He was wonderful. Oh, Mick Mars and Motley Crue. How I met him, he was stopping, waiting for a light to turn green to cross because you know you can't jaywalk in LA. Cops ticket your ass. They don't care who you are. Everybody literally stops for the light. That's a very hard thing for New Yorkers to probably to get used to. And one of the things that drives me and New Yorkers crazy is that I really try I try so hard not to jaywalk because you don't want to get in the habit because they will ticket your ass in California, at least in Los Angeles, totally. And I'm sure it's a lot more expensive a ticket now than it was when I was here. There it was like $100, and it would be more like 200 after all the fees were. And then after a month, it doubled. So it's no joke. But in New York City, everybody crosses against the light, and you basically follow whatever everybody else is doing. You watch them, so you don't get mowed over, but you have to really pay attention. And how I hate when I'm talking to somebody on the phone. At least I know I'm on a landline, and if they're have their cell phone and they're trying to pay attention to me and trying not to get run over and trying not to miss their subway stop, and it's so frustrating when you can't when you're talking to somebody who's on a cell phone and they're out walking around. So you cannot get their full attention because they have to protect themselves because of situational awareness. And that's one of the things that I dislike about cell phone and I guess cell phone culture. But now it's almost a necessity for so many people that I don't know how many people. But see, for me, it's not practical to need a cell phone right now. Landline's fine, and I use the internet for communication for so many ways. I really don't do telephones too much. I would much rather communicate this way, or through instant messenger, or through now that I'm on Twitter, which I never would have joined if Elon Musk hadn't bought it out. I like Elon Musk a lot. I admire him. I respect him. He is the closest thing. We don't have too many Renaissance people. He's one of them. He's like a modern day Ben Franklin. And even though not all of his inventions have done all that great, and I could say certain things about the electric car, but it's not so much about the electric car as it is about lithium ion batteries and the fact that they have propensity for the fire thing and the but the technology can be worked on. I saw something that I thought was hopeful. I thought that most of the minerals used for those special batteries could only be gotten in China and other countries where they control the supply of minerals and where there might be child labor and stuff. But I recently learned that in Canada they can mine a lot of those minerals. And if that's the case, then I would much rather get my stuff from Canada than from China. But but that said, I still love skincare and the things that I'm getting from China. This lipstick is beautiful. The packaging is beautiful. It smells as good as MAC. It was in this box, and I'm using this box to put other lipsticks in, so it's not like I'm throwing out the packaging. But and I'm not dealing with a woke company that's telling me about all their DEI and about how they're donating money to the Black Lives Matter Corporation and all this stuff. When I buy from these Chinese companies, the very worst, maybe some of them still do animal testing, but you know what? That's not a requirement now. For a while there, the problem with the animal testing in China was is that it was a requirement that things had to be tested on animals, but through pressure by many animal rights groups, that's no longer the case. You still look at the label, and I try to get as cruelty free as I can, but I will admit that there's a whole lot of things that I use to prioritize my decision to buy things. And a lot of times I'm honest with you. Price is very, 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 very important consideration. But if I can make a purchase to make a political statement, that I'll do also. And if I can avoid a company that keeps on shoving things down my throat and saying, encouraging me to buy from certain companies because of who owns them and telling me that's, and, trying to guilt trip me into, especially when you have never picked cotton and I've never owned a slave. So let's just get along. Stop treating each other like the most important thing about you is your race. No, that's not. That's forcing people to notice things where instead of, how children don't notice differences too much, or they have an innocence about things, or they notice things just like, oh, they're just, there's a purity to how they are. But I don't know. I wouldn't want to be I wouldn't want to be sending kids to college right now, or be forced to be enrolling in classes that make me feel bad about myself just for the accidents of how I was born in my lineage. That's the sin. You know, you should never. Nobody should ever have to feel bad about just who you are. That's, I think, the bottom line. Nobody should feel bad for being who you are. Unless who you are is an asshole, then yeah, maybe you should not be bad. You know. Ah, see this ring? Wish.com. So I'm thinking, you know what? If I move this into the kitchen, which I'm thinking I might do, I want to have phone with me, even though there's a cordless extension in there too. But would you mind if I brought this in the kitchen? I'm gonna put this in there and this in there. I gotta cook myself a burger. And I mean, this was not planning on being a cooking thing, but I'm just saying I happen to be hungry. And plus, then I'll be able to fire this up too. So, and he's asleep, so he won't be getting in trouble. Okay. All right. I'm gonna take this in here. Garfield, want to see Garfield? What's on my TV is one of those videos. Matter of fact, I want to recommend another channel to you. Put this out for a second. There's a guy, his name is Eddie Pinero, Pinero. He makes motivational videos. Some, I guess, are excerpts from speeches he made. He has been a public speaker. Um, I don't really remember, or I don't think I ever knew his backstory, but he has these really wonderful videos. They don't have a whole lot of video to them, but it's mostly him talking about his life experience and just very motivating things. Occasionally, they're about some books that he's read, and I hear mouse. There's so many places. I mean, there are so Many mice in here. Let's see. You know what? I want to wash this one more time because I don't want to cook with mouse turds. I love this fridge. I love this fridge so much. Uh, I was hoping that I had what do they call that? Meatloaf mix, which is generally half ground beef and half pork, and this is just ground pork. I hope it's thawed out enough. Oh, you know what? I don't know. I don't think that fridge is quite warm enough because I think it freezes. See, I can't use this sink. I had to wash this out in the sink there. I don't know why Garfield would want out right now. Oh, look who I got. Look who I got. He's a good boy. You need to go to the bathroom, huh? You need to go to the bathroom. You need to go out. Oh no. Do you think he needs to go? Look at that baby. You need to go, wee wee. I prefer you to not go on my floor. I mean, well, if you're gonna go someplace, I'd rather you go on my floor than on any of my stuff. Isn't he? And I kept on thinking that he had dirt on his nose, but this is maybe he got something on his nose. I wiped it with a washcloth and it doesn't seem to come off. He's so pretty. Oh, I love you. I can't believe that cat had kittens behind me. You want me to let you go? I'm gonna let you go. Oh no. Okay. Okay, baby. I'll take you. She's doing squirmy worm. Oh no. Okay, Elvis has now left the building. So Garfield went by the trash cans and then he went in the parking lot. And I guess he's probably going to end up on one of those porches. I wish I knew exactly where he went to the bathroom. Oh, I just got to these. Uh, I got a pot of tea. You know, I could reheat that cup that I made because I never got around to sweetening it. And so I could just reheat it. I'm going to have to pay attention to the battery on this because I don't have to plug it in now. Let me see what the power is. Oh, I'm 95%. I'm good. This is the tea I'm drinking. See? That'll help to defrost this ground beef. This is what it this is what it looks like. Mm. I just put it in a carafe, run the water over it, let it steep. I like to kind of crumble it finer before I let it hit the water. As you can see, that looks so dark. I could add some more water to this. Ah, here it is. And then when I use this up, then I'll have this container that I can put something in. So, and there's, I have another tea container that, again, especially when you live with mice, it's nice to have containers. Oh, I feel bad. He's so cold. I wish, he didn't have to be out where it was cold. I'm gonna wash my hands again. Oh, it's that guy that gave me the cat blanket gave me this too. This is a big ass thing of pork and beans. Let me. Oh, uh, I'm going to use the other stick. Yeah, I gotta find that paper plate or wherever the hell. I thought there would have been one in my mother's room. You know what these mice do? They take the strips that I leave behind and they take them for their nests. I think I have a pile of them, and they just take them, and they're deep in the innards of the stove somewhere. Also, one of the little street urchins rang my doorbell a couple hours ago for me to heat her up a sandwich, and I did. And I told her it would be about 20 minutes because I took them from frozen, put them in a toaster oven. So, of course, the dingus went off in the 20 minutes, and she didn't come by. And I just kept it there. And then finally, she showed up about 10, 20 minutes later, and it was almost room temperature at this point. But, she was grateful anyway. But I said, it would have been hot. You gotten here. I always try to take some extra when they get the new shipment in, and I always bring them here just so that people come by after hours, because there's no reason. There's all this food around here. There's no reason for people not to be able to have it. Oh, Dave's not here. Gave me this too. I love asparagus, and I have no problem with canned asparagus because I like well cooked vegetables anyway. So, I mean, that would also be good over white rice and with some tuna and oil. But the only tuna I have here now is that tuna and water stuff, and to me that's sawdust. So my mom will eat that. There's some things I have to decide whether I got to ship them back here or not. Some of my stuff in LA, like I have some guitar parts that I'm thinking would be better off here because a lot of people take their spare parts and they totally make totally different instruments or something. Or if they have just a cheap guitar to start with, they add things to it to make it look like it's better than what they first had. And even if I don't have capability to do some of that tech stuff. I know people that do, so. And I got to clean out enough so that I can put the two into one. So I'm going to have to get rid of a lot of stuff. And if I can find stuff that some of my friends would appreciate, I would like nothing more than to be able to share things with people, you know. But every time I come back, I always ship some stuff back. And I always think that I get important stuff, like things that I would practically need here. But some things I have two sets of, like some of my metaphysical library. I have an East Coast copy and a West Coast copy. Like there's some things like some Scott Cunningham incense oils and brews, for instance, because I write different custom recipes in the margins, and there are nice reference books that you can look at, and they're just all around useful books. And for some reason, I had a second copy, so it was nice to have one here and one there. Because when I first started coming back here, I had no idea that I would be here so full time. It started off being just Christmas vacations and longer and longer times. And one time I was here for 6 months because I gone through a bad breakup and had to literally Hollywood wasn't big enough for the both of us, kind of thing. You know, when you have to escape a bad situation, literally, a coast is good space. If you have family and you can get away from somebody, especially if they're the obsessed kind that is not afraid to pick up a phone call, you want to live someplace with family that make you feel insulated from, you know. And so my coming here, it was a Christmas vacation thing. And then when 9/11 happened, that was a very, very traumatic, abrupt interruption to my way of life and my livelihood and my stability. Because I was already feeling certain vulnerabilities. I was living in a fourth floor apartment with two friends, one of whom had a parrot, and that parrot waking me up all the time. That was not fun. And it was also an interesting intersection where there was bad cell phone reception, and that was when the AT&T or whatever, the telephone lines were damaged in Lower Manhattan, and you literally could not get in a line. Even for me calling from Hollywood, California, to try calling Atlantic City, New Jersey, I could not get through. I couldn't hear my parents' voice. I certainly couldn't call Lower Manhattan, where I had friends that lived in the Chelsea section of Manhattan, New York City, who were, in other words, easy walking distance of Twin Towers, and just to know that they were okay. One of them is in healthcare field, and knowing that people were that close to this, you know, and it was just a very, very weird. And yet, when I finally, I ended up. Let's see. I have a friend who is the Hollywood Superman, and I became his live-in aide for a while, and it was basically dusting statues and his well protected comic book collection that was mostly hanging on the walls, and washing dishes. And they had a dishwasher, so it was no big of a deal. And he lived really close to Man's Chinese Theater, so it was a perfect location. And I did that for a while. And he was also a stamp collector, and he traded me even uh, denomination stamps. I got all these old stamps, like 3 cent stamps and 1 cent stamps. Just I love old stamps, and yeah, and a few of them I sacrificed when my mother needed stamps to pay bills and things, and that just to me that's don't waste beautiful stamps on something like bill paying. If you can do your bill paying through some other means besides the U.S. mail, you know, because I look at each stamp as this little art, and I've given up a lot of my stamps. There used to be a time when I would get two sheets, one to actually use as postage and the other to never use, you know. But that was long ago and 3,000 miles away. And what's postage now? 68 cents? Something like that? That's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't want to get any bit of that tobacco in here. Sometimes the very end of the um thing that they roll it with might have some tobacco stuff, and I really don't want any of that. Okay, now I need to get another one of those things. I had part of a paper plate here, but specifically set aside just for this. This is so ghetto, I swear. Mice steal these. Now this is from Marichon instant noodle ramen cup. If I forget, it's Friday night. Should be getting lively. You know, Fridays get kind of more hectic than Saturdays, actually, here. I don't know why that is. One good thing is they pretty much never lock the gate too much, so I'm able to take my recycling out so it doesn't accumulate. And I like to always have an empty bucket so that if I ever see a mouse in a trash can, if I can get them into the bucket, then I can keep them with food until I can set them out. My hands are a little greasy, so I'm gonna wash. Oh, okay. Poor cold Garfield. I'm gonna wash this off. I mean, this is mostly frozen. Only the top part of it's thawed out. So, I was wanting to do it the safe way and didn't put it out at room temperature. I took it from the freezer to the refrigerator. I can hear those mice. And then up in the acoustical tile, it sounds like it might be squirrels because they're heavier than mice. But I don't hear any kind of. I don't know what sounds a squirrel would make. I don't hear any squeaking kind of sounds, and I don't know if rats squeak. I've had roommates that had rats, but this was so long ago. So it's something that's bigger than a mouse and is silent. And it sounds like they're racing each other up there. I'm thinking I would really not dig it if something actually fell through that acoustical tile and then all of a sudden you got all kinds of dirt and asbestos. I certainly don't want, you know. It's like when this place was put together, they didn't even make a perfunctory effort to make this place look nice. It's made just to be functional, but that's it. You know, like in his bathroom up there, they have some electrical connections that is just the wires with the orange caps on them that looks just kind of like those needle caps that you see around. Exposed wiring might be easier to access when you're doing electrical work, but it's not attractive to look at, really. And you've seen the light switch in the grow room doesn't have a cover for it, and well, I'll show you. I showed you before. It's really not pleasant to turn it on and off. Okay, I'm gonna put the rest of this back, and I'm gonna let that fall out a little bit on this stove there. I'm gonna. One of the things I found seems to be a good mouse deterrent is taking this and putting this over top on it, and that seems to be good at discouraging access. Um, all right, I'm gonna wash my hand. Now, I dried my hands off. Now I gotta decide what herbs I want to put on the burger, and I want to get out the bagel too. These bagels are so good. I don't know what the bakery is. I want you to see these. It's clean here. Look at this. See, this has sesame seeds on it, poppy seeds, garlic, onions. Oh, this is hard and it's tough and it's wonderful. And yeah, the mice don't seem to. And I really like these Ziploc bags. These are really good for. I want to cut this in half. You know what? This will be a better knife to use, but it needs to be washed. So, I don't like squishy bread. This is what I like for my burger. And I like them open faced. You know, I should probably get one of those plastic guides that you stick a bagel in and you can just cut all the way through and it totally prevents you from ever risking cutting your fingers. And they're probably hella cheap on these shopping sites. That's what I should get because I'm always cutting bagels, and that way I think you use them, and there's no way you could risk your fingers. But the thing is, I wonder, do the chefs do that? I mean, I've never worked in food service before. I'd be terrified of getting a job in food service and putting on additional poundage. If I could put on 15 pounds in a year just through eating crap, I can only imagine if you have food at will. Because I mean, it all depends on what I can have. Like if I could have if I could have smoked salmon all day, oh, I could eat pounds of that probably. I love that. But then again, lean protein is not the problem. It's the processed junk. It's the white sugars. It's the white flours. And unfortunately, it's like that stuff is practically addictive. It's really tastes good, and we eat it. And thank you. I'm just waiting to see if my mom's gonna call. You know, it's that clock, by the way, it's an hour wrong. It's actually nine something. Um, we have a hard time seeing it to put the thing on right when we put it on, and I'm just too lazy. I just realize that the time's wrong, so I ignore it. I prefer going either looking at the times always on the Weather Channel and on the Fox News Channel, and it's always on the computer, and it's always in my mother's room, and it's also I think on the when you open up when you pick up the telephone. Well, I'm gonna set this down. So now that I cut it, stick this up here. All right. Now let's see all the good stuff from cutting that everything bagel. You throw that in with the mix. Now I'm gonna season the meat. Yeah, I forgot there's a light here. Um, Stick this up here. See, I don't want to get the handle of this anywhere near the heat source. I don't want to need the stuff to heat up. Get this out of the way. Isn't it? Start off with a little turmeric. Hey, what do you think? Or maybe I shouldn't use a sour with pork. Yeah, maybe the sour wouldn't be right. So the dollar store is 69 cents now. One's up the street. But the one thing that I needed, they didn't have. They did not have black pepper. No time. I grow, or we grow, thyme in that garden. It's purple creeping thyme, and I've definitely used it on burgers before. Oh, I noticed they have a lot of the spices that were in sizes like this. They're in narrower containers that look like they might be holding less. Like the lemon pepper container that was so big that I have here, now they have them. It looks like it's a smaller size. Parsley, coriander. I mean, who puts coriander in their burgers, right? Some garlic chips, because why not? I'm not breathing at anybody. A little bit of paprika. This is a sweet paprika. It's not a spicy one. Like they have a Hungarian paprika. They have different kinds, you know. Oh, this is from Egypt, by the way. It's getting that company Forelli. It's sea salt, and yeah. The first time I got this, I'll admit I didn't read the label thoroughly, and I had a combination of feelings about the origin. But I'm thinking, hey, a country should have a right to have a trade in something that's an honorable thing to trade, and salt is a very important thing. Think of how salt used to be a currency. Always worry about the mice, remember. Wow. Oh, if I have a bloody nose, don't trip out. Half the time when I blow my nose, um, I guess I have a broken blood vessel or something in there. Sometimes blood shoots out and everything, but don't trip out. I actually asked my mother if I should worry about it, and she said it's nothing. Now, if I was still doing what we all did with the straws back in the day, then yeah, you'd have to worry. I knew a guy that actually had to have surgery because he had, some people actually had perforated septums and stuff like that. Um, anyway, nothing, all that stuff would be so dangerous now. The fentanyl ruined it. You know, I'm glad I quit all that crap when I did. Okay, let me get a Turner or something. I can't find any kind of spatula or anything. The closest thing I can find is my rice thing. Cool water. This is pork, so I want to make sure it's really cooked. But I love the two of them mixed together. I'm going to throw some water on this. I don't want this stuff on top to burn that I couldn't scrape off. Plus, this has a non-stick coating on it, and I don't want to mess. Wait a minute, is that a comedian? Because I know a Jeff, but the last name isn't Crabtree. And actually, one of them I knew in Indianapolis, but the other Jeff, I don't know what his last name is. Depending on what's up with my mother, is what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. I really did kind of have my heart set on doing a bunch of things for 420 tomorrow. I wanted to go in that park, um, see a bunch of friends of mine. Um, what year was he there? Because was he working in Man's Chinese Theater? I knew the Crocodile Dundee guy. I knew Superman. There was like at least two different girls who played Marilyn Monroe. And the guy that looked just exactly like uh, the pirate Sparrow. I mean, had a voice like him and everything. You know, there were some real nice people that did that. But I haven't heard from the Hollywood Superman. Whatever happened to the guy that fixed the stars? Did he die? He had the one leg. I think he called himself a star cleaner or something. Oh, I definitely plan on filming all the stuff I'm doing out there, except for I'm gonna kind of take care of business first, and I'm not gonna be telling the stories behind the significance of the places because I want to have time to be free to take care of business and do what I need to do first without giving up my privacy and explaining, because all the so much of the important things I need to do are in the stereotypical places that people often think of when they think of Hollywood. Like I used to have a P.O. box at the Wilcox station. Before that, they used to have this mail drop on Yucca and Selma. Or no, excuse me, that's not possible. They're parallel streets. Selma, real close to Vine, no, real close to Wilcox. It was staffed by a man who was a Vietnam veteran, and his wife was, I think, Vietnamese. And I remember he had some kind of war injury. His face had a crater carved out of his forehead. But he was a heck of a nice guy and everything. I had a mail drop there and like a voicemail thing when my first year out there, because my first apartment was in Torrance, and then I left it for Hollywood. And, you know, but every time I go back, the changes are really sad. Like I saw these velvet ropes in 2005, 2006. I saw these velvet ropes on Hollywood Boulevard near Vine Street. And I saw these people lining up to get in these clubs, and they did not look like club kids at all. They looked like they were getting off of their normal executive job. The guys were all clean cut, the women were all just normal. And I mean, I know that doesn't mean anything. It means everything and it means nothing. But it was just so not club. If anything, it was like when I think of Atlantic City normals, because I think of this area is very, and I know this is harsh. I see so much of like the beauty standards and what is accepted and what just seems to be around here is mediocre, unimaginative, uncreative, conformist. People don't try. The girls don't wear makeup, but they will wear maybe false eyelashes and false fingernails. But other than that, and wigs, but no makeup. And just and the most stylish people tend to be people from other cities, like New Yorkers and artists. And I love talking to people from out of town. But as far as growing up here and my experience here and going to school here and stuff, with few exceptions, I just didn't feel that I belonged. I didn't feel comfortable being myself. I felt that I had to dilute myself, dim myself. I just I didn't have the words for it, but I felt like it was beyond just my fashions in knowing that I didn't want to be sending a message that I obviously was not trying to send, but in the same token, needing the artistic freedom and just not feeling it here. And it spilling over into everything from employment opportunities to some of my social life. It just, you know, Los Angeles has just so much room that you could explore. And I really did feel safer here. And at least felt more understood and appreciated. That's for damn sure. Because you could find so many subcultures and things, and you haven't every night of the week there'd be clubs, So that was really great. Remember these from yesterday? These were really good. A little bit. Trying to fire up to boil off some of this liquid. I'll later deglaze the pan and I'll use it for ramen noodles or something. I just have to remember to be careful with it since it's a non-stick. This is really not the most ideal thing. I had, I thought, a spatula, not a spatula, kind of, I don't want to call it a pancake turner, but yeah, and it had a hole in it so that I could hang it up and can't tell you where it is. I was going to use this, and I realized that because it has holes in it, has a texture like this, that's going to take half the stuff off the bagel, and that's not what I want. All right. I had more plates like this, and I was balancing them to drip dry on the radiator in my mother's room, and a bunch of them have fallen behind there, and a few of them have broken. So they're really hard to get access to. Ah, I don't think I'm going to bother toasting this. Isn't this pretty? Simple, open faced pork burger on everything bagel. And I'm going to guess it's going to be wonderful. It is now, excuse me, 9:50 p.m. My sinuses are backing up big time. I'm going to pour myself a hot cup of tea since it's hot, and then I'm going to settle down to that. So I'm going to close this, and maybe my mother will call tonight, but I'm going to try to see if I can't do those things in the park tomorrow. That way I can get some tech advice from the library, go to the people in the park, see what that's all about. And if I can get the Wi-Fi signal from City Hall, I might do a live thing tomorrow morning, say between 9:30 and 11:30, something like that. I'm going to try. I'm going to shoot for that. All right. And that means I'm going to be bringing this computer with me. So no matter what happens with the tablet. So I will talk to you then. And of course, the scheduled video that I will upload tomorrow. Okay. So I'll see you tomorrow.